Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clearwater County's Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole for the June the 12th of 2023. This morning, I guess, as all mornings, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And with that, we have an agenda before us. And through the process of adoption, we shall adopt that agenda if somebody would make a motion therefore. Councillor Graham was first, I believe. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Also, the minutes from the meeting, the previous meeting of the 17th of April, 2023 have been circulated. Would there be any errors or omissions to note in that? If not, I'd look for a motion to adopt those minutes. I saw Councillor Cermak's hand first. All those in favor? And that is carried. That takes us down to item 4.1, excuse me, and I shall turn the floor across to Mr. Magnus to start us off, if he would.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, and good morning, Strategic Planning Committee members. As per the direction and recommendation of both Clearwater County Strategic Planning Committee members and administration at the last committee meeting of the whole on April 17th and 18th of this year, administration has before you an overview of the Solid Waste and Recycling Management Plan. As per the direction of Clearwater County Council, through the approved 2022 capital budget, administration was directed to research, assess, evaluate, and therefore develop a solid waste and recycling management plan, which would outline a plan to optimize Clearwater County's existing solid waste and recycling network, keeping in mind Clearwater County's strategic values and maintaining and or improving upon the current service level. Consequently, Clearwater County retained Tetra Tech Canada Incorporated, an environmental engineering firm, to research and put forth a solid waste and recycling management plan that evaluated the current system and also prepared a plan for the county to integrate their solid waste and diversion needs over the course of the next 30 years. The study and therefore plan was finalized in March of this year. This plan is on Clearwater County's website and is provided as a link on the staff recommendations in the agenda item to which each of you have before you. As such, given the aforementioned, Reid, Sean, and I would like to take the time to provide the committee with an overview summary of what the 141-page plan has to say, specifically as it relates to both the implementation of capital and in turn operational consequences. Hence, we would like to guide the committee through the attached PowerPoint and, if needed, reference any specific pages to the Solid Waste and Recycling Management Plan to help supplement the discussion. So if the committee members could turn to page 2 of the PowerPoint, we will get started. First and foremost, I would like to emphasize to the committee that the current system is not broken. Yes, it is an aged infrastructure, 35 plus years in existence, and as such, to complement the upcoming presentation by Ms. Serhan, this is as much a capital exercise as it is answering the question of what would Clearwater County's solid waste and recycling capital infrastructure look like along with its operations if we were to start from scratch. Accounting for the current strategic values and implementing an essential service that meets the needs of our residents, we kept in mind the following values, that being economic prosperity, environmental stewardship, community social growth, fiscal responsibility, and cooperative alliance. Page 3. In addition, we reached out to our residents to understand their priorities, and this was done by an extensive survey at the beginning of the plan to help us and Tetra Tech find out in exactly what the priorities of our residents were. And I'll turn this over to Reid to provide a little bit more detail behind that public survey.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Council. The public survey was done in June 2022. Overall was a very good response according to our consultant and to our communications group. The key factors there was to try to get an underlying tone of what the residents in the community were looking at, how they see their waste system, what are the challenges they face, and what are some of the future priorities that they perceive. Going through this exercise, we wanted to try to capture as much information as possible. We thought it was crucial for the plan itself. And we wanted to distribute it right from the grassroots, right from the residents that are showing up to our attendance, and be able to have that conversation. In a nutshell, the survey responses are in the plan as well, in a little bit more detail, but we'll go through the priorities, or sorry, the most common factors that come out from the survey. So a majority of residents indicated satisfaction with the current level of service. In discussing with Tetra Tech, sometimes that's not the case. There's a lot of times there's challenges, there's other problems, there's future developments that are potentially issues. The majority of residents indicated a level of satisfaction, some with a higher degree of satisfaction, realizing that it is a rural setting. Garbage and blue box recycling are used the most. So when we talk about blue box recycling, that's generally speaking your paper packaging and your household recyclables. 52.5% supported consolidation of services to reduce costs. Why that question was asked, typically we have a fairly high level of service for all the transfer stations. We typically don't reject a lot of stuff. We wanted to make this, we had a high degree of customer service. I think staff through the county itself sees these positions of attendance more to involved in customer relationship management, because there's a lot of questions, a lot of different questions, a lot of educational discussions, so these things are important. 82% did not support additional charges for increased waste service. Now, that is fairly typical. Nobody wants to have an increased cost. We totally understand that. The long-term goal of this is not to say we want to increase costs. However, with certain diversionary methods and when we're looking at maybe increasing capital spending over a period of years, costs do increase over time. Several respondents expressed safety concerns related to the transfer stations. So just regarding that is, we typically have very tight transfer stations, limited expansion. How we summarized, I think when it was first designed in the mid-80s, you basically put materials in the transfer station and you had a burn pit. That was kind of how things were managed at that time. Now things have evolved where there is collection of recyclables, there's diversion possibilities, there's waste. Rural residents typically have, it's not just a pickup, sometimes they use a trailer, sometimes because again they're mobile, they have to move a certain distance to drop off waste. Looking at that, the safety side of things, we have some ramping, we have some areas that probably, we maintain quite efficiently in the wintertime. A lot of ice and snow. It's not always a sunny day. And just generally speaking, the safety concerns at the older transfer stations, again, we try to keep evaluations current with the structure themselves. I mean, there were push pits that were put into a certain time. And again, there's always, some concerns that, like, over time, we could be, we don't want to put ourselves in a spot that we have a major concern. So the priorities identified by the respondents, again, hours of operation, ease of unloading from vehicles, recycling options, and costs. Those four are typically the crux of the solid waste management plan, but also it's something that's common in a lot of planning strategies. Tetra Tech did visit a couple different times on occasion to our sites. That was a big piece of the baseline study, just again to go out and see actually what was going on, what was happening. The key issues identified from their visits were the obvious is aged infrastructure. Most of the transfer stations were constructed in the mid-80s. The key ones there again being Leslieville, Crammond, Cow Lake and Everdale, and then the prefabricated single structures at Faraway and Klein. Others have the trans stores, so they were kind of a little bit more current. Operational inefficiencies. So with the inefficiencies in our discussion, we had always highlighted that we do have a lot of capability with our equipment, but we're limited with our infrastructure. So it's one of those where we do provide services, whether it's, construction, renovation, different things, that allows you, we tend to service that area as much as we can. We take a diverse amount of materials. Financial risk, just the potential of lost tipping fee revenues. And again, that exercise is, we went from a model in the regional system back in 2022 of just straight requisition. And then in 2021, we started to introduce fees generated. So residential fees from Clearwater County, maybe through requisition still, but the commercial businesses were now paying a tipping fee at the landfill. So with that, technically, it creates potential options at other facilities. So again, it's trying to make sure the market pricing and the market strategies as far as keeping waste in the system, also knowing diversion's a big piece of things, but just to make sure that economically our model works. Municipal developments, so a cost recovery plan for potential demand of the waste collection services. So municipal developments, we just look at, there may be more of a push forward to, look at, for example, curbside in a hamlet. There may be things along that line as we go. We will see a big piece of this with our tie-in is, obviously there's been some discussion and, once a system of the Extended Producer Responsibility Act comes in 2025, if we have, for instance, industry say we want to collect residential recycling in the hamlets, that may be an opportunity for us to tie in the collection of solid waste with a black card in those hamlets. So again, there's a time period there that we will evaluate. Affordable waste services are important. So the changes and upgrades to the solid waste system must be affordable. We're not, we're looking at a system that is efficient, that can keep people satisfied with, we're asking people to drive their waste to a facility. It's not like we're collecting it at their door. We want them to have a facility that they can come to and not feel, there's ease of operation. If you want to recycle something, you don't feel that it's a huge pain to do so. So there's fluidity. So, and those things all have to be affordable. Okay, we understand that.
So if we move on to the next page, you'll notice that there is a table put together where we did research out other municipalities as a comparison. And the long and short of it is Clearwater County's solid waste system compares favorably to other jurisdictions. So really we are on par and have a system in place that is functional and in of itself is not broken.
So transfer station improvements optimization is a big piece of this solid waste master plan because it relates, as we know, to capital. There's a cost to develop or to upgrade facilities. To maintain a good service level, transfer station options for aged infrastructure. Now these are fairly typical systems in the province and other places in Western Canada. You'll have something we call a drop box system, so they're basically roll-off bins. They're single station. So your average transfer load, as you can see up there, is 3 tons. So it's, it's relative, designed for short hauling distances. and its relative capital cost is the lowest. So when you look at some of the transfer stations we may have in our system, that model may work the best for just given the amount of waste we have. Tetra Tech has indicated that the faraway incline transfer stations could be put into those type of collection models. Faraway incline generate, I would say, 50 to 30 ton a year. They're not excessive, but they are something where Klein is seasonal. Klein is also seasonal, so again, what we put there has to be efficient, but it also has to meet the current demands of those areas. The TransStore is what you see at Crossroads. It's what you see at, well, formerly at the Rocky site, and what you would see in Caroline. The TransStore itself is a mechanism that's used within the province. There's manufacturers in the province of Alberta. Potentially for our county applications, through our study, it indicated continued use of the TransStores at Nordegg and add a third TransStore. So adding the third TransStore again just would reduce your truck collection routing in terms of different a decrease in over the course of the year. Continued use of TransStores at Caroline Crossroads for the next 5 to 15 years falls into a TransStore usually typically gives you about 20 years of life is kind of the manufacturer's recommendations. Two TransStore sites for the new transfer stations. 4 transfer sites for central transfer station. So if you were going to use that model of a TransStore, you'd be looking at potentially 4 at the central transfer station. Where that comparison comes in there, just as an overview, we had 3 in Rocky, which, we did find at peak times that they filled. They filled quickly. So what it did was limited your truck access to go to other places. You kind of had to hang around Rocky. So we noticed that, maybe in those situations, because it's non-compacted waste, so it sits loose. So again, it'd be something we'd want to look at just to make sure you have enough capacity that your transport options work more favorably. Typical capital costs, going through there, you add a third TransStore at Nordegg's, $500,000. A new site with 2 TransStores, typically, and again, these are with Tetra Tech's estimates that they do a series of these over time. So 1.4 million with graveled surfaces, 1.67 with asphalt. A new site with 4 TransStores is looking at approximately 2.6 if you were to use asphalt road surfaces. Again, with the TransStore, I will just highlight, works very well for bagged waste. When you have demolition and you have other types of waste, it can be problematic. It can wedge, creating less capacity. And the second thing that we find just through our operations is that the trailer you use to compact that material typically is very heavy. It's very bulky because you use a ram to pack it. So it's still a short distance trailer. It's not something you want to haul 2 hours down the road or 3. And there is some maintenance with those trailers. Okay, so it's to get the compaction. Potential county applications for the next 5 to 15 years to continue the existing push pits at Everdale, Cow Lake, and Crammond. Right now, those facilities are functional. Again, we continue to monitor and make sure that they're in good shape for 35 years old. The next 5 years, replace the Leslieville site with a new push pit station, could be an option. And the next 5 years, construct a new push pit station at the central site. A central site, by definition, could be anything centrally located that would be relative proximity to Rocky Mountain House. Okay, so it's not necessarily specific to one site. Typical capital costs on those, as you can see with the push pit now, that does increase potentially for capital. Obviously the structure, there's more concrete, there's more structure involved, and small push pit, would be comparable to something. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to see Yankee Flats in there by Benalto and Spruce View. With again, these are engineered estimates. That 3.6 to 3.8 million, and again with that you're looking at 30 to 40 years life. Large push pit transfer stations can be anywhere from like 6 to 6.5 million. Again, depending on what the design is, what's all included in that design. Those are typical, and again, the theory there would be basically the size of that building.
Would you we have a question from Deputy Reeve now.
Thank you, Reeve. And is there any savings to be had to make this shift aside from just operational efficiencies? Like do you have any analysis like with any savings that may be seen over the course of this lifetime of a new facility?
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, you betcha. Yeah, so what we're doing right here is giving you some background in regards to the various components that were looked at to formulate the plan, okay? And as in the agenda item, you'll see there's 9 strategies, and we reference it as existing transfer station improvements, as 1, optimize the waste transfer station network. Number 3 is residential and commercial collection strategy. 4, Clearwater regional landfill planning. 5 is continuous improvement. Strategy 6, waste diversion and reduction. 7, education public outreach. 8, alternative technology strategy. And finally 9, regulatory compliance. So we have to account for all of that as we move forward with implementing what it would look like. And keep in mind again that as we work through the PowerPoint, you'll see that plan play out. And again, keeping in mind, if we were to start from scratch, what would it look like, right? If we didn't have anything in place, if we had to come in and put something in place that in order to provide that essential service to our residents, what would it look like? So these are the various things we have to consider. And as Reed just touched on here, one, of course, is a transfer station network. So that would have to be implemented. And within that transfer station network, what would we have to consider for infrastructure? Okay, do we go strand stores, push pits, okay, as indicated here? These are some of the options one can consider in regards to building that infrastructure. And then again, Deputy Reeve Malhave will, once that's implemented, where's the optimization? Where are the savings? What are we going to see? Where is it going to have the greatest impact in regards to serving the needs of the residents while keeping in mind efficiencies and cost reduction, keeping the costs to a minimum. I'll turn it over again to Reed here. One of the things we have to consider, of course, is waste diversion options. With any effective waste management system, this is an additional and crucial component for waste reduction, and that, of course, is waste diversion. So I'll turn it back to Reed here in regards to touching on that.
Okay. So as part of the plan, obviously, they highlight some waste diversion options. We're diverting waste from the landfill by recycling and composting. The current situation, what we do today, is highlighted there. So again, yard waste, it shows metals, wire, the paper and plastic products, and the ARMA materials, which creates approximately about 1,400 to 1,500 tons a year in recyclables. Sounds relatively low when you look at a holistic type of point of view. However, in the rural areas, and we do have, when we're basing that on 20,000 tons a year, that 20,000 tons a year is not all Clearwater County's waste, all right? That comes from different municipalities, i.e. Rocky Mountain House and Caroline, and even some First Nations communities that are in our area. Potential waste diversion operations will be policy-led. April 2025 Extended Producer Responsibility Program. That's a shift. Obviously, industry will begin to collect what we call paper and plastic packaging. We will probably have a firmer understanding come late fall when the producer responsible organizations are identified, and then they start to begin to talk with the municipalities. And whether they continue with our systems, use our sites, there'll be some variables that they need to discuss. New programs and services, so drop-off option for recycling in hamlets, promote home composting, curbside organic collection. These are all part of strategies going forward, and again, which we'll look at in that 1 to 5 year plan. Education, behavior change, update signage campaign to encourage diversion options, waste app, website updates. We're fortunate here at Clearwater County, we do have a great communications group that we're working closely with us to help ensure that we're getting communication out to our residents. Infrastructure, so organics processing facilities, automated cart-based collection for recycling. These typically apply to more populated urban areas. If you see in some areas that are closer to cities, there may be section subdivisions that actually have cart-based collection. It just, here in Clearwater, there may be some opportunity for hamlets as we go, and we are significantly rural as well, so some of those are a challenge.
Okay. So, what does this look like? If we were to start from scratch, or even just to take what we have and move forward with a plan that, again, continues to provide this essential service, what would look like in terms of putting in the capital infrastructure the next 5 years, 15 years, and beyond. So what we have before here, I'm just going to provide a little bit of clarification here. This would be if Clearwater County Council decide, yep, we want to do this. Okay, we want to start in 2024, and we want to go full steam ahead in regards to implementing the entire recommendation. Okay, so this is put down in that manner. Okay, ultimately, it's up to council to decide if they want to leave it as is and just do the bare minimum. As I said, the system's not broken, but there are some things that need to be done, particularly as it's associated to safety. As you saw in the survey, there were some concerns in regards to safety, which we are well aware of as administration. So those need to be done eventually, okay, in regards to some of these transfer station sites. And we'll point those out for you. Or you can find something halfway in between, or move ahead and implement the entire thing over the next 30 years, 10, 20 years. And of course, there's a cost associated with that. So today's endeavor, today's plan is for us to endeavor and communicate to this committee in regards to the plan what you'd have to consider, okay? And then that plays into Mrs. Serhan's presentations thereafter in terms of what you want to do. So come budget deliberations here in 2023 in December, we were able to, as administration, put in what council's plan is for solid waste and recycling. And again, once we've gone through this, we'll share with you, as pointed out in the PowerPoint, where the savings are. Okay, ultimately what kind of effect will this have on the operational aspect of it, the savings, etc. Okay, so we're going to look at the first short term, 1 to 5 years. So as it says there, it's important for ratepayers that the county maintains a reasonable and equitable level of service. Further, with other key issues identified, it would be beneficial to implement a solid waste management strategic plan. So what's it look like 1 to 5 years? Okay, so at this point, I'll turn it over to Reid to provide us a little bit more detail what we're looking at for the first 5 years.
So the implementation plan, the short term, 1 to 5 years, Tetra Tech looked at, obviously, in looking through the system, put together some detailed high level engineering costs and enabled us to kind of look at what our first 5 years could look like in terms of capital financial schedule. The design and upgrade of the Crammond ramp is something, again, just it's long-term infrastructure. I think when third parties look at it, they see incline, they see different things that kind of draws attention to, you know, how would somebody, you know, obviously move in and out of there effectively. Like I said, it's well maintained at the course of time, but again, it's something that should be looked at. The ramp construction would be, again, to build that up a little bit to make that facility just a little bit more user-friendly. And I'm not looking so much pickup-wise, but if there's a small trailer, different things makes it a little more challenging. Demolish the crossroads structure and the Nordig structure, so just so council's aware that we have two structures that have been locked out for the past, I'm gonna say 2 or 3 years, that they aren't being used. So it's just a matter of, it's a site reclamation more than anything, just to move them out of the way, so it just creates a better aesthetic looking site as well. Design central transfer station, again, the first, Tetra Tech looked at it, 2025, 2026. Begin the design, begin at least reviewing from location to design to different logistics with it, what type of facility, and these things usually take a minimum of 1 to 1.5 years to prepare. Replace fairway structure. Again, the fairway structure would be, it looks like they have like a box system, drop box system, so that's at $720,000. Fairway is something that we'll have to look at in 5 years. It's aged, it's a prefab structure, there's wear on it, and it's something that we should at some point really look at. Design for Nordig, the expansion. Again, the expansion just basically includes a third trans store. So if you can picture, we have 2 trans stores right now. The addition of the third one, it's extending the wall. There's some subsequent work with that. And it allows us to effectively, over the next 20 years, haul. It just gives you that third capacity bin and cuts your transport. Land search, acquisition, permitting. Should we go ahead with an East Central transfer station, which is, we call it just verbally as an indicator, but it's the Leslieville Crossroads area. You know, whether that location, it's owned by the county, but it's small, it's 2.2 acres. It's convenient. But again, just start that search and start that discussion where would one be located should that be the direction council decides to go. Evaluate collection options in Nordig. And again, that's just something identified in the municipal development plan for Nordig. So again, we feel that this can evolve in time with that. We realize it's a hamlet that there may be some needs for waste collection, so we will continue to evaluate that. Construct the central transfer station. Again, it was put in there as a $6 million building in that plan. Again, that doesn't necessarily define the facility. There'd be more of a look into the facility design itself, but the idea there was basically what is your primary site? If that site is a primary site, has high usage, hits a population model, can be kind of built as a hub, what would that facility look like? What would you want there? That's where that number comes from. So
now, just to keep in mind here, there are certain minimum requirements that would need to be considered for this committee's consideration and therefore as a recommendation to council. So the first 4 there, the design, upgrade, Crammond ramp construction, demolish crossroads structure, and demolish Nordig structure. Those are minimum requirements that this committee and therefore council would need to consider. When we indicate demolish crossroads structure and the Nordig structure, these are old, they are no longer used, they're a liability, non-functional, and efficiency-wise, in terms of use, it's no gain to Clearwater County to have those rehabilitated. it would be best to remove those and as indicated, to demolish those structures. These push-put structures are no longer used, and it comes down to safety and liability. The next one is replace faraway structure. As indicated by Reed, it's an old prefab push pit. It's currently still being used, but its years are being numbered, are getting down there. And in 2028, you see that there is a cost of $720,000, and as Reed mentioned, the implementation of some additional options in terms of transfer station site structures, whether that be drop-offs, etc. And finally, the last one is your construct a central transfer station. It is currently functional, as you're all aware of, for the next two to 3 years. But as most of you know, it has the rig mats, and we're probably looking at 2 to 3 years yet on the life of those rig mats. And as indicated by Reed, at some point we need to deal with this. In that, is that the best place to be, or would council like to see that site go elsewhere? It is a crucial component in regards to, or site in regards to the plan as a whole. Okay, whether it stays there or goes elsewhere, that's something that needs to be considered. So that's your first 1 to 5 years. Any questions on that?
Councillor Ratcliffe is first.
Thank you, Reeve. What do you see as the likelihood that we may get a regional waste to energy installation in the area? It was talked about in the last 5 years or so, and it seems to be abandoned. What's your feeling on that probability?
Sure, I'll touch on it, turn it over to both Reed and Sean. Since our time here, and I know there's a few councillors here that have been exposed to this as well, the waste to energy option. In and of itself, to have one exist within this region or Clearwater County would be unfeasible. We just do not have the tonnage. In order for something like that to exist and survive, it needs tonnage, and lots of it. As you may recall, there was an organization, I won't name any names, that wanted to start one up in Sylvan Lake, and that did not happen. And they had great ideas and so on, but ultimately it came down to not attaining the tonnage financially. They were unable to, I believe, secure the necessary funding to allow it to occur, and they were not able to get regulatory approvals. I will turn it over to Reed. He can touch on the most current one that's being implemented, I believe, in the Innisfil area, and he can touch a little bit on that and provide a little bit more detail behind the feasibility of such an endeavor.
Thanks, Kurt. The waste to energy discussions, there are certain points that there's different organizations, different, I would say, high-level searches for a facility, possibly in Edmonton, possibly in Innisfil. I know the Sawaya group, Southern Alberta Waste Energy Group down in Brooks, has been involved, I believe, since 2009, trying to search these methodologies out. It's close. I think the biggest thing with Clearwater County in our situation is we're fortunate, I guess, in some ways. We do have a landfill that has 30 years plus life. We have the ability to make decisions, I think, based on what actually comes into play. What actually gets designed, what actually maybe becomes to an approval stage. Council will be probably asked on different occasions, would you support different facilities? Some of the challenges there is trying to determine what exactly you're supporting. Like what is the end cost? What does everything look like? In the Tetra Tech management plan, there is a checklist, and we specifically wanted to make sure council was aware of that if they're approached that, again, just going through the due diligence questions. We think if there's a regional system, council will be one of the first to know, just because of other municipalities. You're gonna need a concerted effort with a lot of different communities to, as Mr. Magnus indicated, to have volume. Most of these facilities technically are 100,000 plus tons a year. And so to get that type of volume on a consistent basis, competing with diversion, different things, is gonna take a wide net. As we discuss this further on our part for Clearwater County, that's where some of the discussion comes in with your, what we call your centrally located transfer station. Do you have the ability to expand should you need to? One of the challenges you have with long distance hauling, it's another little bit different animal, because now it becomes cost per ton driven. So it's that forward looking to say it may not happen in 5 years, but maybe 10, 15, maybe there is a centrally waste to energy facility that, and then our challenge will be how can we move that material as effectively as possible. And typically certain types of transfer stations, you're able to keep your operating costs manageable just by having that volume of a larger transfer station.
Yeah, thank you. So just to follow up on Kurt Ree's comments on waste to energy facilities. So Clearwater County's current garbage is like 20,000 tons per year. However, for a typical like waste to energy facility in Metro Vancouver, just for an example, it handles about 260,000 tons of garbage per year. And for the one built in 2016 and in Ontario, it handles about 140,000 tons of garbage per year.
Again, for council's purpose in this committee, as indicated by Mr. Williams, on page 30 and 31 of the study, section 4.8, strategy 8, alternative technology strategy, they do list a number of alternative technology, in particular waste to energy, that we would need to be aware of and consider, and some of the advantages and disadvantages to each of them, along with some of the crucial questions that we would need to ask if we wanted to go down that path. Obviously, in conjunction with other municipalities in regards to utilizing a waste to energy facility, okay? And again, in and of itself, for ourselves to establish one, just within our region, would be unfeasible unless it was council's desire to bring in other municipalities to support the necessary volume to allow that facility to be functional.
And a question from Councillor Cermak, and then I'll come back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
I was looking at the Nordic transit system. Is that really the best system that we could have out there with the increased population we're hoping over the next 5 years? This is kind of bulky, and those transit systems don't work that great because they pile up and they don't get filled real properly, and you're doing lots of trucking and not big loads. Is there a better system out there than that system we got right now?
Mr. Reid?
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Nordeg is, so the TransStore systems were put there based on the footprint. There was a push pit transfer station that basically was becoming aged, so the TransStore was put in there as a change in methodology. Through the years at Regional Waste, they wrestled with, yes, the compaction side of it and the hauling part of it. One of the challenges you have is it still generates approximately, I'm going to give you an idea of about 200 tons a year, which in terms of to purchase a specific trailer or other things to tack that on, we're talking another couple $100,000 to your operating cost in terms of capital. So we tried to use the existing trailers. Where we try to get volume is we do send out a truck that that currently we have that can take that waste, and then we currently have areas that we have what we call demolition, renovation, other types of heavier waste that we top up with that material. So again, that tries to make the transport better. Routing's a challenge. When you go to Nordegg, when you come back, you're going by the landfill. So you basically, well, you might as well go to the landfill because you're going right by it. Klein significantly doesn't have a lot of volume. So yes, for transport, we try to manage that. We know in the summer, Nordegg we find is highly seasonal. That's where our main impacts are. And then through the winter months, it's quite manageable. Sometimes we don't get out there for almost 2.5, 3 weeks. So again, it's condensed in that 5 months of operation. Is there a better system? Depends on what we want to put into capital cost, and to make that return on capital over time payback might be tough. The third transport does give us ability to reduce the load, the transport loads, which over the course of time for that investment, we feel it would be, when you're looking at 20 years, would be a reasonable decision.
So that's a life expectancy of the 20 years.
Transtores typically by the manufacturer about 20 years. Okay.
That's not that long in the garbage
20 to
industry.
25 years, yeah. They typically will tell you 20 to 25 years. And then, again, a lot of them are refurbished, replaced, because again, over time they do wear, they can rust, different things. Hydraulics, but that's typically the range. I mean, that 20, they'll tell you 20 to 25 years. And it all depends. We live in winter conditions. It is challenging on hydraulic systems, as we know.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. Pardon me. Going back to the waste to energy option, what would be, and this is more of a theoretical question, what would be the balance of how far we could haul our waste to be part of a regional waste energy system compared to our landfill costs?
Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. You'd be looking at, so it's a comparable, we would be looking at something located in central Alberta, preferably. That means a Red Deer type of area. Could we conceivably make that? It really comes down to what your tipping fee is. We have a rate that our system in the previous document shows our cost to operate, let's say is 140, on our net cost of service is 140 a ton. To transfer waste, you have costs at the transfer station, you have costs to haul it. So it would be really dependent on what that tipping fee is on the other end. If it's landfill comparable, which is $70, $75, $80 a ton, we probably are still economically, our best solution is to use our landfill. If it's something that's less than that, there could be a point on the things, again, you would look at is what would be your cost of transfer? How can you lower your cost per ton to transfer waste? Because that would make it economical to be able to get it to another facility. So I would say as soon as you extend it past that, again, depending on what your transfer station costs are, or sorry, depending on what your transport costs are, I would say as soon as you start to get outside of that central Alberta region, it will become a question of where council would have to really review the costs.
Okay, so would it be reasonable to say 150 kilometers could be workable as being beneficial to the taxpayers?
I would say at 150 kilometers with transport, and depending again on the tipping fee, because that is very key. Again, because of turnaround time, I would say that would put you in a close comparable, okay? But 150, again, would come down to a few things. Again, your transport is key, the cost of transportation, and your cost of tipping on the other end.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And Councillor Graham?
My question goes back to Councillor Cermak and the trans stores in the Nordegg area. Are those the best option for wildlife? I'm guessing that they probably are, to deter wildlife from coming to the sites.
Thanks, Councillor Graham. Yes, the TransStor is a very secure system as far as wildlife. That's where they're used. Push pits can be that way as well because you lock gates, you lock doors, it's enclosed. So the TransStor though is something that would prevent any wildlife from getting into the bins.
Thank you.
Mr. Magnus, please.
Yeah. Just further to Mr. Williams' comment there for Councillor Radcliffe, we need to keep in mind, again, as Mr. Williams pointed out, the transport costs, and as he emphasized the tipping fee. Currently, I believe we charge at our landfill, I think it's $72 a ton is our tipping fee. Most often, these waste-to-energy sites will require a tipping fee there as well, right? So not only are we doing the transportation, so we have to consider that in mind, you know, and the distance associated with that, and of course wear and tear on the vehicles, etc., fuel costs, and what the fee is there to dump it as well, and what we have seen in regards to some of these facilities is it's usually about $140 a ton as a tipping fee to dispose of it as well. They still need to make money as well, right? This organization in terms of waste to energy. So it is definitely something that we would really need to look at very carefully if we were to do that. Yes. Yeah.
And Councillor Cermak has a follow-up as well.
Yeah, with this waste energy, do you, when you're figuring this out, do you look at the cost of what you're saving by moving that ton from our landfill to another location, that we're not using that ton of space in our landfill? Are you considering that in your figuring this cost to going to a central location? Because there's a big cost in generating enough space for a ton in our landfill.
Yes, and I can, I'll let Reed expand on that.
So typically right now, with the development in 2020, let's just give you an example. Our Cell 2 development, we look at probably about $11 to $12 a ton cost to develop. We look at approximately another, I'm going to say $15 a ton for post-closure, for airspace, those types of things. So that number is entered into all those equations. I would say when you're looking at the Clearwater Regional Landfill, traditionally, our waste streams have reduced over the course of 5 years, 6 years, okay? We are just taking chargeable waste as much as we can. We limit the amount of what we call alternate materials, alternate covers, systems, beneficial use, just because we don't want to deplete airspace at a low cost. One thing that the facility out there does have is life. We went through a landfill master plan strategy back in 20 to make sure that Clearwater had enough airspace for a significant amount of time, minimum 30 years. At that point, not to say we use it all, but we have a secure where we can make a financial decision on where that material would move. Those are all in our cost estimates, so as far as where we set our tipping fees and where we set our operational costs in terms of labor, equipment, different things of that nature. So there is a financial picture of that. Again, when we're looking at waste to energy transfer, as Mr. Magnus indicated, the challenge is what is that tipping fee on the other end? And if it's a consideration, one of the things we see through municipalities, if it ever gets to a point where you're moving materials, and you see that when somebody has to go away from their own landfill, the challenges they run into is how do we transport it effectively? They're not quite set up for that, or be able to expand into that. And transport for a year isn't as big a deal, but when you do it for 15 years, you can sure see the costs over time. It's, you know, in terms of your operating costs for capital.
Thank you.
Mr. Magnus?
Okay, excellent questions. Thank you very much. Next one is in regards to implementing this plan. We'll look at the 5 to 15 years. So again, to improve the operational efficiency, we're going to start moving towards reducing and eliminating some of our transfer station sites. So the big picture looks at taking 10 and eventually moving down to 7. Okay? And in order to do that, we would have to consider bringing in what we call an East Central transfer station, which replaces the Leslieville and Crossroads sites. Okay, and we can consider that as either being a push pit or TransStore option at those sites. Along with that, a Southeast transfer station, which replaces Caroline and Cramond. Again, a push pit or TransStore option. And eventually, Klein is converted to a drop box station. Klein is a seasonal site, usually the May long weekend to the end of September, and it attains approximately 40 tons a year of waste. Klein is an old prefab push pit. The stability of its structure is slowly being compromised, even though it is currently still being used. So with that, as I did with the 1 to 5 years, there's a minimum required here, okay? That this committee, therefore, council, Clearwater County Council would have to consider, and that is the first two, which is replace the Klein transfer station structure and demolish the Klein structure, okay? And you're seeing that, again, if we just were starting implementing everything as of 2024, we're looking at 2029 for consideration of replacing the Klein transfer station structure, again, either that being a push pit or I should say a drop box station, I should say, and demolish whatever is remaining there in regards to the push pit itself. Then you see there, design and construct East Central Transfer Station. We implement that in 2030. Okay, so 3.8 million there. Continuing on with land search and acquisition, permitting required as we move forward with the Southeast Transfer Station and eventually South Central Transfer Station, which will be indicated in the 15 plus years of capital infrastructure. And then you can see the very last one, design, construct the Southeast Transfer Station in 2034 at a cost of 3.8 million.
Councillor Graham?
This might be an unfair question because you don't have numbers, but how many years would the cost recovery be to build those 2 new sites? Because the purpose of that is to have it be less expensive to have trucks going around, I believe. And I don't know, that seems very expensive to.
Yeah, these aren't cheap. I guess that would come down to a council decision. Currently, council has asked that in the direction and motion resolution that they put forward is that the landfill operate at full cost recovery. So if it be council's direction or desire to achieve full cost recovery in regards to these capital items, then we would need to consider that in establishing the bylaw in terms of the fees we would have to charge for services in utilizing these transfer stations. So in response to your question, that's a difficult one to answer. It all comes down to ultimately council's desire on whether or not they want to move towards full cost recovery in paying for this capital, and therefore potentially charging additional fees for the services. And if that be the case, then that would be something administration would have to sit down and bring forward to council and say, okay, if this is your desire, full cost recovery in regards to paying for this capital, above and beyond the taxes that are currently the revenue we gain from the taxes, what more do we have to implement in terms of fees? And what kind of fees would they be for what services?
Okay, thank you. I definitely don't want to implement more fees on it. It just seems like a lowering of service level to cost more to do that, if that makes sense,
Yeah.
looking at the numbers.
In and of itself, the service level will be maintained, if not more so, but it will bring the cost down as well. It's, what we have right now is not the most efficient, and I'll go back to Councillor Malhav's, Deputy Malhav's question earlier. We will touch on that, where some of those costs are going that can be improved upon by implementing this plan. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the 15+ years. And with this one, it would entail the construction of a final transfer station, which we deem as the South Central Transfer Station, which would replace the Cow Lake in Everdale. And that again would be either through a push pit or a transfer option. And we're looking at approximately 2040 for that, at 3.8 million as well. And at that point, you've gone from 10 down to 7, including, of course, the landfill, which would still be in operation at that time.
Councillor Ratcliffe, a question?
Yes, I have another question. Thank you, Reeve. What impact would bringing, if Caroline does become part of the county, what impact would that have on our solid waste?
Mr. Williams?
Thanks, Councillor Ratcliffe. Good question. Typically in the former regional system, Caroline was a part of that transfer station network in that area. Our current transfer station in Caroline was able to manage the approximately 200 households that were in Caroline. Caroline also had curbside black cart collection. So as far as integrating, if such a thing, Caroline would amalgamate, those costs in the plan have been considered. And we, with our current situation in Caroline at the transfer station, we would be able to manage that.
And it wouldn't prompt any revision to this longer-term plan you've presented?
No, there would be no revision to it, because the ideal situation would be, if you can envision, if we were to say Caroline and Crammond as they are today, between those two facilities, you're looking at approximately 1,400 tons a year. By putting one facility that's capable of potentially handling 1,400 tons a year, we do feel we'll capture some transport operating cost efficiencies. The general thought with transfer stations, just so council's aware, is that typically they're sited with what you call the centroid population, wherever that population is, in an urban setting, which over time creates the most cost efficiencies. So if that transfer station was to say, through research and through review, would that be potentially the east side of Caroline? We don't know at this time. Would that create efficiencies in the whole model? That's kind of the intent, that the transfer station at Caroline could move, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, what I'd like to do is, we did have a few slides in regards to the central transfer station, and I'm going to come back to that. What I'd like to do first and foremost is just jump ahead and have this committee refer to page 16 of the PowerPoint slide. And I would like to address Deputy Reeve Malhab's earlier question and comment on terms of what this is going to look like in terms of optimization. So optimization of the transportation network is developed into the long-term strategy for Clearwater County's solid waste management plan. And optimizing the system is accomplished by the following. 1, reducing kilometers traveled by transfer trucks by reducing the number of transfer stations. 2, improving average load weights hauled by transfer trucks. 3, consolidating bulky material storage to reduce handling of those materials. And finally, 4, ability to increase the number of days of operation of transfer stations without increasing staff requirements. Now, as I indicate, first, hauling distances reduction. Now, if you look at table 6.1, through the study, we're able to calculate the reduction of transfer hauling stations. Now, if you were to move forward with the short term, so 1 to 5 years, you're looking at approximately 53,256 kilometers worth of travel in regards to utilizing and managing each of these transfer stations. So indicates percent of current travel, 89%. So just accessing, getting to these transfer stations and doing the necessary work that's needed there in regards to taking that material and getting it to wherever it needs to be, whether it's a recycling facility or so on, or the central site, 89% of our travel time is utilizing and working with these transfer stations. If you carry on and you move into implementing the 5 to 15 years, that'll drop down to 83% of our travel time is dealing with the transfer stations. Long term, that drops to 71%. Okay, so we've gone from essentially just shy of 54,000 kilometers down to just a little over 28,000 kilometers. By reducing the kilometers, this provides a better, obviously, environmental footprint. There's fuel savings, wear on equipment, and of course, we reduce the number of trucks that we need to utilize as well. The next one, on page 17, is the use or looking at the hours. So by going from the 10 to 7, as you can see there, it lists the current sites down to hour 7. And essentially, we're going from 141 hours and 128 hours summer, winter, respectively, down to, or up to 144.5 hours. So there's no increase in staff. However, the operational hours would increase. Okay. You can see there with the implementation of all the strategies, long-term concept, and a more efficient loading of the transfer trailers, the transfer station operating hours in winter can increase by 12.3%. The overall system operating costs can be reduced by approximately 7.9%. So it's definitely savings to be had there. Okay. So having said that, let's go back to the central station. And I know there was discussion in regards to that site in particular and some of the concerns associated with it. So we'd like to just address that for the time being. We know we need a central site. That is part of the plan as a whole, okay? And I refer to it as a central site, okay? So that'd be a central transfer station. Whether it be there or elsewhere, that is for council's consideration. What we'd like to do is just point out, and I'll turn it over to Reid here, in regards to what's beneficial in regards to having that site there, okay? What are the pros, and then what are the cons associated with that? I'll turn it over to Reid.
Okay, just to, thank you, Mr. Magnus. Just to go through here, so our central county transfer station, temporary, the objective was to undertake constraints and feasibility study for the future development of a permanent transfer station on the northeast quarter of 03-4007 west of 5, which is approximately 4K north of the town of Rocky Mountain House. Quarter section is owned by Clearwater County, and the northeast portion of the site is intended for a public works facility. The land is set aside for the public works yard currently encompasses approximately 12 hectares, which has been graded and is closed with perimeter chain link fencing. A temporary public drop-off transfer station was established within the fenced area and covers approximately about half a hectare. A new permanent transfer station on the site would be compatible with the overall regional system. The location of the transfer station, if it should be permanent, is considered feasible based on various setbacks and the availability of the land within the county-owned quarter. Type of facility and services are optimized based on just the compatibility with the regional system. It has to work within the system. Waste diversion goals and objectives. So as we formulate waste diversion goals, sometimes a facility is required to handle a certain amount of materials that are just, your cost per ton on diversion materials tends to go up. There's just more level of effort to divert. Okay, so one of the commonalities we hear is room. People don't have enough room. So what does that look like? Desired level of service to the users. Ideally, the general thought here is if we're looking at a new transfer station, we would want to be able to, can we make it user-friendly? Is it something that, fits the cost model for what Clearwater Council looks at? And would it be efficient and easy to use? That's the next one. Cover and containment of protrusible waste, obtain authorization from Airport Authority. So just there, if you should go into a permanent one, it's in the case of landfilling. If you had an open landfill and there was potential for birds, it probably wouldn't be something that we'd have to jump through a lot of hoops on, because it's a contained system, roofed, enclosed, very feasible that's not a problem. Capital costs and operating costs matter. So operating costs, again, we're trying to say whether this facility is at that place or within a certain 4K of Rocky Mountain House. There's always certain challenges with siting, different things of that nature. But it seems to be, when you look at the data, if you have 27,000 users or 28,000 users in a 80,000 use system, and we've tried to compile a couple years of data so we could provide data, so it's data based. So we, upon leaving the Rocky Mountain facility, we didn't know exactly what that would look like in terms of, how many people would use this. Is this something that nobody wants to use? Different things. We wanted to build some at least data on who would use it. So that usage, and we feel just because it's close to the town of Rocky Mountain House, it allows people to continue with their day-to-day activities within a central urban center, should they go there. Those pieces are important in terms of where you'd site a central hub type of system. This site, we know has some potential synergies. We always felt through the Public Works group as time goes on, whether fleet maintenance. Right now, currently, we have a lot of storage and different things out there, but so there is potential long-term synergies that we'd have to look at. The other thing is, we also know and we're aware that there's other municipal development plans that council's tasked with that whole area. So we understand that this may or not be a piece of it, but it's just a piece of it. There is a bigger picture here that has to be looked at, I think, from council. And that's one of the cons that we're also aware of, knowing that it's a big part of infrastructure long-term, and where does everything fit? And that's, I know, has a lot of thoughts on council's mind as we move forward.
So again, just to touch on what Reed said, the advantages to that site: location, close proximity to town, easy access, the size to it. Also, it plays well into as indicated by Reed, the operational synergies associated with the solid waste and recycling system as a whole. And again, potential con, council needs to think about the overall use, I guess, of the quarter section. Does a transfer station site fit with the long-term scenario in the development of that area or quarter section? Does this fit council's vision?
And a question from Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. This is more of a general question. In reducing the number of sites, we're now transferring some of the transportation costs to the public. Have we gotten any feedback from the public about this plan and the impacts it will have on them?
In and of itself, the plan, when we did the survey, its purpose behind the survey was to help determine the ratepayers' concern in regard to travel distance and so on as well. And so some of the questions posed were in regards to that. And my recollection, for the most part, it's favorable. Obviously, people have an attachment to certain transfer station sites, right? And that's understandable. But they were, what we found too, understandable in the sense that if it means not increasing taxes and, you know, just seeing efficiencies there, they're good with that, you know. And the big part too that I want to emphasize is by going from 10 to 7, what we're doing is it's essentially about another 5 kilometer increase in diameter, radius, I should say, in regards to the reach of that transfer station. So its impact is minimal in terms of traveling distance, you know, and that was taken into consideration as well.
Thank you.
So a few other things left to look at here. The last one is the landfill. The last one to look at is the landfill, and we're just going to touch a little bit on that, and of course its importance in regards to capital. Although it's not shown here in the 1 to 15 plus years, there is the Cell 3 development, and I believe that's in 2028 or 2027, and that'll be shown in Rhonda's spreadsheets as well. So eventually that needs to be done, and I think it's sitting at 3.8 million, and there's no way around that. So that is something that council needs to keep in mind, and the importance of that particular site. So, and again, we do have the luxury of having a landfill per se, okay, and does provide a source of revenue, and as is currently at full cost recovery. Of course, that is dependent on our yearly tonnage that's coming in for there. So as you can see on page 18, there's sensitivity in regards to the system costs, and this is pretty straightforward. As you can see there in figure 0.7, that this figure illustrates how gained or reduced revenue may impact the system financing through the county tax base. Obviously, the table shows a revenue drop of 50% and a revenue increase of 50% compared to current revenues. This shows with a drop of 50% in revenues, approximately 500,000 would be added to the tax base funding, while an increase in revenue of 50% would reduce the burden to the tax base by about 500,000 per year. So in essence, what we receive as tonnage in there obviously has an impact on the revenue associated with that landfill, and something to consider, as currently the bylaw is written in such a way that the fees that are charged out there is to attain full cost recovery. So we need to keep that in mind as we continue to operate the landfill.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. My question was actually with regards to the central transfer station. You illustrated very well the advantages, but in the beginning, it was, well, before we went into the central transfer site, you discussed pros and cons.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear some of the disadvantages of that site.
And as I mentioned, the con being is what's the intent, what's council's intent in regards to that quarter section, does that transfer station fit the vision of what council wants to see with that regards to that quarter
that's
section?
the only-
Basically it
The
there
only
too.
con to that,
Yeah.
not soil quality, the fact that it's ag land?
No,
Those
it's-
aren't considered cons?
It's 0.5 hectares, it's not very much there. I mean, and the site in of itself, in terms of bringing on the administration building, your storage buildings, your yard and so on, it's has a great effect in terms of the land being used there. In of itself, the transfer station has a very small footprint on it, yeah. Basically, the bottom line in regards to that site is its proximity to population base, that being Rocky Mountain House, you know, and this residence to the east of the river, North Saskatchewan River. So whether that be there or another site just to the south of town potentially, or you know, really that's up to council to decide if they want to put it somewhere else. The biggest thing is its location is right now the land, it's our land, and Clearwater County's land, and it meets the needs of what this plan would look like long-term. And again, it's ultimately council's discretion vision if they want to put it there, or potentially seek out an alternative site to implement this central station.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that, because, I mean, the beginning, you said if we were to start right from scratch. So I'd rather see us, let's see what scratch is then, like, and not look at, is that the best location just because we own the land? We should look at what the best location to service our residents is, and have us not be pigeonholed into a location just because we own it. That's my big thing, right? Because we should never look at something just because that's the land we have. It should be what is truly gonna be the best. And you said it best right in the very beginning. Let's look at this as if we were to have to start from scratch, and then we can peel back the things we can't feasibly do, after we've been able to see what the vision could be. So, thank you.
And ultimately, that is for you and your call to discuss and obviously provide that direction to the administration, definitely. So, in conclusion, the current transfer station network, yes, sorry, my apologies.
Sorry, one other question from Councillor Ratcliffe, and then we'll get to your conclusion.
Sorry, I forgot the number that, as I was making a note of the cost for developing that third cell.
3.8 million.
3.8, thank you.
Yes, I believe that's what it is. Yeah. And my apologies. Okay, so again, the current transfer station network is aging and can be anticipated to need replacing within the next few years. And as we pointed out, there are some must-haves that need to be considered. To continue to provide efficient solid waste service to ratepayers, key priorities for the future include financial stability, waste diversion, establishing an appropriate level of service, and improving operational efficiencies. So I'd like to say thank you to this committee, and something for each of you to think about now in regards to our solid waste and recycling system.
Well, thank you very much, and I think this is an appropriate time to take a short recess, so we'll take 15 here and be back at 10:40, please. Well, welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We continue on with the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. And I just want to open the floor up to Mr. Magnus if there was anything that arose in the last little bit that he hadn't included, but give that opportunity before we move on with the agenda.
No, not at this time. Thank you very
Great,
much.
thank you very much. And I look to council, I don't see any questions as well, so. I guess with that, we'll move on to the agenda. We'll move to item 5.1, and that's, oh, sorry, Councillor Swanson, please.
I believe there's a staff recommendation for a
Oh,
motion.
I'm sorry.
So that the committee has reviewed the information provided in the solid waste and recycling master management plan overview. And we will consider, we'll consider for preparation for the 2024 to 2033 capital budget.
Okay. So that would be a recommendation to council to consider during budget. Okay. In that case, I guess, since that is in the form of a motion, we shall call that motion. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Again, we move to item 5.1, and that's revenue versus, oh, sorry, Councillor Swanson.
That's okay, there's a second motion.
Oh, good.
That the committee receives the Tetra Tech report for information, the Clearwater Solid Waste and Recycling Management Plan, dated March 22nd, 2023.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Any further discussion? And all in favor then? Thank you very much. I'm glad somebody read through the entire agenda. I had to read through to find what the word putrescible meant. It's not something was in my typical Dr. Seuss book, so. Anyway, now, very cautiously, I shall move to item 5.1, which is revenue versus funding source, and I'll turn the floor to Ms. Serhan, please.
Good morning, Strategic Planning Committee. We're going to just walk through the difference between revenue and funding source. I've had a few questions about how revenue is generated for Clearwater County, and I just thought it would be a good place to just have a little more in-depth look at what the word revenue means. It's found in a few places on the financial statements, as you'll see as we go through the presentation, and hopefully you'll learn something new as we go through. Alana's gonna run the presentation for me. Thanks, Alana. And even though it says by Cam McDonald, you know, he did not do this presentation.
Oh.
By the end of this presentation, you should be able to tell the difference between a revenue and a funding source and describe the different ways that Clearwater County generates revenue. So let's go to the overarching term funding source first. So funding source includes all of the revenues plus a few others. So revenue is a source of funding. Tax revenue, grant revenue, other revenues that are generated through sales of goods or services, for example, the landfill fees or sale of lots or sale of chemicals in the ag services world there. So those revenues go to fund the programs that are being provided to the stakeholders. And then there's the restricted surplus accounts and debt, and that would round out the different funding sources that are available to fund the projects, programs, infrastructure that Clearwater County needs to provide the services to the stakeholders. So let's go into the revenue one there. Alana? Thank you. So the title of revenue is used in 3 different places in the financial statements. So first, the operating revenue. On the financial statements, you'll see that there's quite a list of operating revenues, and it varies from sales of goods and services to the property tax revenue, to operating grant revenue, and then there's fees and penalties and investment income. So any of the ways that Clearwater County generates revenue in one fiscal year, in the current fiscal year, is identified on the statement of operations through this revenue line, or revenue section. It's the top section on the statement of operations. So let's go back out, Alana. And capital revenue. So capital revenue is identified at the bottom. There you can see the entire statement of operations and the top section being operating revenues. And then there's just one small section towards the bottom of that statement that's capital revenues. And that is the revenues from either the sale of a capital item, such as if we sell a piece of equipment that still has some useful life on it, not likely to sell a bridge or a road, and capital grants specifically that have the criteria for a capital project, like the MSI capital section of the MSI grant. There's an operating portion that's granted through the province, and then there's the larger sum which is specific to capital projects. Okay, let's go back out. And then deferred revenue. So this is all about timing. So deferred revenue might be, is a liability, so it's not even an asset. We've already received the cash. So typically what it is the province has issued a grant and the project isn't complete. So they've given us the 3 million or however many dollars the total grant is. And if $1.5 million is done in that fiscal year that is for the financial statements, then the balance of that is carried on as a liability. Because if that project stopped, remember this is a point in time. So this is as of December 31st. This is what this story is telling you. This is the financial assets, the liabilities, so giving you a net financial assets, and then the non-financial assets, which is the tangible capital assets and the inventory. So the reason it's carried on the liabilities section is because if you got $3 million in grant funding, you only spent $1.5 million, technically you haven't met the criteria for the balance of that $1.5 million. And if the world came to an end on December 31st and that project didn't get finished, that money would be owed back to the province. So this is just a point in time. It doesn't look forward even to say when the financial statements are completed in March, what's happened from January to March, that's in the next fiscal year. So this is just to December 31st. And it says what have you used to date and what is been the criteria has met for that revenue. So what's the balance that's left is a liability, and it's called deferred revenue because you defer it to the next fiscal year. And then you relook at all the deferred revenue and say, did we meet the criteria for it? Is there new cash that we've received that needs to be deferred to a future period? And just timing that so that the expenses and the revenue hit the statement at the same time. Okay, so let's move out of this section, right back out to past the introduction. So funding sources, let's go back into, that one. So revenue, again, makes up one option for a funding source, but what are the others? So the other sources are future operations and capital and debt repayment. Why does that not make sense to me? Okay, let's just go through the 5 different funding sources. So the tax revenue. This is the majority of the funding that goes into the community purse in the current fiscal year. So these are the dollars that industry and residents are mandated to fund the programs and services and infrastructure projects that are paid out of the community purse. And that might be in the current year, or it might be then funneled through restricted surplus into a future project. So let's move out of this one, Alana. Other revenue. This typically goes to fund the program that's generating the revenue. There's ag programs, developer levies, lot sales, landfill revenue, the revenue that's generated through the fire services programs for motor vehicle accidents and partnerships. So the amount of the program that's funded through a partner or another municipality shows up as revenue, and then the total expenses are showed in the bottom section on that operations statement, and then the balance is what it caught that typically has to come out of the tax revenue because that's what's left, right? So let's move on to the next section. So grant revenue. Grant revenue is mostly funding from other levels of government, but can come from industry also. So we've had a few grant revenues from industry to fund a specific item or a specific program. So sometimes industry wants to help fund environmentally friendly projects, and that will get funneled through ag and community services. And those dollars go to environment-specific projects within the community. Or one of the industries would like to help fund training for the fire services, so then they give a grant. But mostly the grant revenue comes from the province or the federal government. So now moving past revenue, we get into restricted surplus. So these start out as revenues from past years, saved for future projects. These are found in note 12 of the financial statements, and it just lists all of the different restricted surplus accounts we have that go to fund the specific projects that are identified by council as being a priority and needing to be funded at some point. So let's move on to the next one. Debt. So debt is either used as a way to spread out payments because not enough funds have been saved from past revenues into restricted surplus, or the other strategy is to target future stakeholders for payment of a current project. So it's a project that future stakeholders are going to use, and this is a way to fund that through future tax revenues. So let's move out of here. So what next? The next step is to prioritize the projects, set dates that's right, thanks. Prioritize which projects should have the available funding, decide what future projects should be planned, and the order that they should be organized in. Decide what the funding sources should be for each project. And then the project costs. The question is, can our current tax revenue trend support the current and future projects for infrastructure and the items that are needed to provide the services that are currently provided to the stakeholders? Okay, let's move on. Conclusion. Please ask about anything that you're struggling to understand, because others are probably wondering the same thing.
Any questions? First thing that comes to mind is it was interesting to learn that even if civilization ceases to exist, taxation will continue. But maybe there's some more serious questions. I do my part to increase viewership here.
But you know we're live, right?
I know that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
everything that gets funded through the community purse still keeps going.
Deputy Reed Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Obviously, previous councils thought towards the future. That's why we are in such an enviable position to other municipalities. However, is there any detriment in continuing that path? Or so when I took the last financial course that I took as an elected official, the big question that they asked us was, should previous generations pay for something the current generation is using, or should the current generation pay for something the future generation will use? The question became debenture versus savings. Do you take out a debenture so that the community and the people using it are the ones paying for that, or do you use savings in order to do that? And I think it's a question a lot of councils that are in our position will have to think about. And I know that in our last strategic planning meeting, we had a really good conversation about making sure that we are set up like Public Works to buy their equipment, so we're putting so much away. Now, I think that's a combination of philosophies. I mean, I could be wrong, but when I looked at it, I thought that was a decent combination. And I agree with that thought process going forward, but it does beg the question of, should previous generations pay for future and vice versa? It's an interesting philosophy question, but I think we're trying to find a good balance, unless, as being much more astute with this than myself, but potentially you can shed some light on how you think our current philosophy is.
Yeah, I agree that it's a combination, and there's other things to consider also. I think for something that you have to purchase over and over and over and over again, like a sand truck or a plow truck or a packer that we're gonna use, you know, no matter what services we provide, somebody's gotta pay for it at some point. So how you choose to fund that, just, nobody's paying for it twice, right? The only other thing is that using debt that way, if you can save for the future, does cost interest. So that's, if you can use restricted surplus, if you do have that available, it is the less expensive option for the community purse because there's no interest cost to that, to using that dollars. There is lost interest on the dollars that you're using. If you were saving them for a different project and you had them and you decide to use debenture, if you had investment money, there's lost interest income. There's lots of different variables. Also, if you purchase something today versus a year from now and use debt because you didn't have enough funds, are you saving on what it would cost in the next year? You know, there's a lot of variables. It's a lot of just making best guess decisions, and that's as good as we can do. So.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. First, I want to say that I appreciate the, I guess, financial leadership that's shown by the corporate services group in bringing this information and the understanding of it. I have so many questions, I don't know where to start in trying to understand this all myself. One of the issues is having the enough understanding around the table here to be able to prioritize all the different issues that the county deals with. Maybe I'll settle on a first question as, could you go over a little about depreciation and how that should factor into our financial planning?
Sure. So amortization expense or depreciation expense is shown as an expense on the statement of operations. And when we are balancing our year of funding, because that isn't money we pay out for something, it's the use of the asset that we already own. That expense is added back in because we don't require cash to fund that. With changing what I'll call the funding strategies or funding philosophies to have everything go into a restricted surplus and then come out, shows that we're putting that money into the priority projects. So then you're identifying the projects, and then those dollars are coming out. Again, maybe in that year, maybe in the next year. But in that current fiscal year, you're always going to have a certain amount of capital projects that are gonna happen. And if they're funded from restricted surplus, it shows good planning and priority setting, as well as what maybe some stakeholders view as being just saving money for the sake of saving money. It shows that we are actually using those dollars for the priority projects that the county is building or purchasing. I think showing that tax revenue is funding so much of the capital projects doesn't show the complete picture. It's like taking a shortcut. It's like saying, oh, well, we got this tax revenue in, we're just gonna fund these capital projects. But even though that was a strategy and a priority setting from last council or the council previous, that project was gonna happen in that current year, it doesn't show the funds being designated to that project and then coming out. It does maybe seem like an extra step, but I think it's more transparent, shows good planning and prioritizing on behalf of council, and it just shows a more complete picture. So even though we use those dollars that are kind of identified to fund depreciation for current capital projects and purchases, it should be identified that it's going towards those projects into the restricted surplus account and then coming back out to fund it. Did that answer your question?
I created another one.
Okay.
Thank you. So how should this depreciation, which in a lot of ways is future debt, how should we be managing that like every year in our budgeting?
Well, I think, we're making good strides in that we're showing that it's an expense and showing that we're budgeting for that expense, and we're showing that we're putting that money into capital projects for future. It's not really debt. Might be a liability in that we have, if you weren't putting that money away for future projects, you would have a deficit in your infrastructure if you used up the life of that infrastructure and didn't replace it. But it's not really debt or a financial liability. It's more of a philosophy and how you're gonna continue to provide services for those projects and capital purchases are used to provide. So for a plow truck, for example, if the depreciation for the plow truck was over 20 years and you didn't put any money away, you're budgeting that you're have that expense for that depreciation every year. You should be putting that money away because in 20 years, that plow truck's gonna cost a little bit more than it did 20 years previous. So if you're at least putting that money away for that future plow truck, then it'll go a long way to funding that plow truck the next time you have to buy one.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Milhoff for a question or perhaps a motion.
Thank you. My question, sorry, was about amortization as well. Particularly around longer lifespan assets, things like bridges,
Yes.
roads, et cetera. Is there a limit to how long we can amortize something over? So even though its lifespan may be 50 plus years, are we splitting that $20 million bridge lifespan over 70 years? There is not a limit? We can do that over that entire lifespan?
Yeah, so a bridge is, we go to an expert and say, how long is this bridge gonna last? And depending on the structure and the type of bridge that's constructed, they'll say, well, typically this type of bridge will last 50 years, or this one will last 75, this culvert might only last 30. So that's the life that we use in the asset. We are always asking the question, how long is this asset actually going to last? And sometimes it's really close, and sometimes we get an extra year or two, and sometimes it needs to be replaced a year or two prior to its typical useful life.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional questions? If not, I would look for a motion to accept this presentation for information. I think I see Councillor Graham was first. Okay. All those in favor then? Great, thank you very much, and thank you for that presentation as well. And I shall turn the floor back to you for the next as well.
Yes. Okay, so the first item is what we're calling status quo. And each of the reports that were attached to this agenda item show the capital purchases or infrastructure projects that are required to keep service levels at the current level that they currently are today. So if we're to keep the same roads paved into perpetuity, if we were to keep the same roads gravel into perpetuity, if we were to keep the same programs functioning through ag services and through the fire services, they would require a certain amount of capital equipment to provide those services. Those items are on this list. So it's, and the bridges that are currently a bridge, if there's a bridge there, and when they're kind of an average spend of about $6 million a year, I think, is for the bridge rehab program. If we spent $6 million a year, we would continually keep our bridges to the standard that they are today. It might circulate. One bridge, different bridge will be newer this year, of course, because it's the bridge we're doing this year. But then, 70 years from now, we'll get back to that bridge. So we've talked about these projects multiple times, and we spent some time going through them at the last strategic planning meeting. If there's any questions about any of the projects on here, we can talk about that now, but we're not going to go through them project by project because we've done that a couple of times now.
A question from Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I don't need to go project through project, but I would really love to have a better understanding of our asphalt program in general and why we've chosen the lifespan that we have on our asphalt versus, say, Red Deer County or Highway 11. It's like it hasn't had an overlay maybe ever, and we're overlaying every 15 years. So why is our philosophy significantly different and the cost associated with those philosophies?
I'll turn that over to Director Hansen.
Mr. Hansen, please.
Yes, good morning. No, great question, Councilor Milhoff. So yes, it's always been a philosophy of Clearwater County that we adopted a 15-year life cycle for our asphalt surfaces. I think last year during budget, we alluded to that, with the condition of our asphalt surfaces that on our band-free surfaces, that we should really consider going to a 20-year life cycle. So we've already directed our engineers to start creating a life cycle plan for our asphalt surfaces for that. The province does use a 20-year life cycle, and typically when a provincial highway, you don't have to go back very far, we can remember what Highway 22 South looked like, and that was just about unbearable. The province has actually done well to invest in the infrastructure around this area, and ours were considerably better. So we are finding that the loads are getting heavier. There's really no limitation to what the province will allow for weights now, which does have a drastic effect on the road surfaces. So the 15 to 20 year, it's a projection depending on use or abuse of that surface road. Sunchild Road, for example, that was actually constructed to a band-free surface there, but it did not even last our 15-year life cycle. It was a complete degradation because of the amount of industrial use up there and likely overloads. And it's not a slight against our peace officers, but their resources are limited. There's only so much time they can spend up on one specific road. And they did spend a lot of time up there and give out some significant overweight tickets. But it's typical for the area. It's more remote, a lot of industry up there. So that was an example of a road that didn't even live the 15-year cycle. So basically, with the amount of surface roads that we currently have in our inventory, we're looking at 22, 23 kilometers per year on our cycle. It was great to see. We just closed the asphalt tender for Condor, so it looks like asphalt oil is coming down a little bit right now. So that's great to see if we can keep our asphalt oil prices there. Some of these, you know, we've just used a projection for our 10-year life cycle, but asphalt oil does definitely fluctuate. So it's definitely something that the council should consider as we're looking to expanding our surface road network, is that long-term cost. $200,000 a kilometer is not an unreasonable amount to need to budget for an overlay. So as we're adding additional kilometers, I know when we get into the council wish list that we're going to be going over later, you know, there's a lot of additional kilometers in there that's going to have a significant maintenance impact. But I still can't emphasize enough, you know, the importance of maintenance and maintenance overlays to maintain these surface roads, because if you leave those surface road structures too long, then the costs become astronomical to try to repair those. So then the other philosophy, of course, was to try to get our 90% banned roads up to band-free in order to assist with the mobility of our industry. We talked about tax rates there earlier this year. You know, our biggest contributor being industry, and we also want to have the infrastructure to support them. So we need good bridges and good roads, band-free roads there to increase that mobility, makes it more attractive for industry to come into this area and work. So hopefully that helps.
A follow-up.
Thank you. Sorry, with regards to band-free specifically, does it really serve us to have all of our roads band-free if all the provincial roads around us aren't? So 752, for example, is no longer a band-free road. It has ban on it. Like, so I think it's actually due to one of the bridges on that road, but still, does it make sense for us to make sure that we're at that higher level if they can't get to it anyway?
Yeah, and that specifically would be the only road I could think of from the province that they actually do ban. So it's actually 752 all the way up to around the Prairie Creek Road, which actually used to be band-free from the Prairie Creek Road up to the Ram gas plant. That was, in the last couple of years, they've actually started banning that road. So obviously they're seeing impacts on that road there from heavy traffic. So I guess there it comes back to the philosophy. That's the only one road I can think of from the province that they ban in our area, and that's what we use as a lot of our gauge as well, is that we want to, you know, make sure that the mobility of our industry, you know, matches that, and between the frost probes and the condition, the way that the freeze thaw works, you know, the province does a good job to evaluate where the structures are in order to ensure the safety of that structure. But I still think it's prudent to get our other structures, like our other local roads that provides and keeps them off the gravels. If we can get them on the surface roads, there's less maintenance on the gravel roads. They tend to beat them up less there in the spring because, make no mistake, the industry is still here in the spring, but then we have to push them onto the gravel roads because it's still much more economical for them to move band-free on a gravel surface than a paved surface, but then that creates other issues with dust and gravel road damage as well. So it's been our philosophy to try to get our roads up to band-free in that 15-year cycle, and then consider a 20-year cycle for roads that are band-free.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned that we may be able to look at longer lifespans for some of the surface roads. Can you elaborate a bit on at what point the costs to maintain those roads would climb significantly? Like what level of breakdown on the road, or, I'm not a highway person, but, you know, I just like a better understanding of where it becomes critical, where costs would be significantly higher than just adding another overlay.
When we're starting to see, like, there's different fatigue criteria when we're looking at surface roads. There again, and it does depend, we're using the 15 to 20 year lifespan as a guide. Really, it's with good maintenance throughout the year between our crack seal, our paving repairs, you know, that type of work needs to be, and has been proven out that good asphalt maintenance, annual maintenance there preserves your life. So then that, because of the deterioration curve for asphalt, like I said, it's slow off the start and then it has a rapid decrease. And we could bring our engineers to get into the science of that, but that's why we have it determined that at a 15-year life cycle, you know, and a 20-year on the heavier structures there, that it's the most cost effective. Then that's when it would need like say another, to replace that structure on the top, which either be a mill and fill or actually to increase the depth of that structure. The more structure we can provide to get us through the freeze-thaw cycle, the better our structures have been proven to hold up. So to say the cost benefit, I don't have that information right in front of me right now. That analytics could be done and provided to council if wished.
Yeah, okay. The reason I asked the question is that I drove the roads that were on the list for overlays next year. And the one that was in by far the worst condition was Highway 22 on the whole trip. So I think there's something I am not clearly understanding.
So, because the highway uses the different priorities, that you got to think of how the province uses what they have as provincial priorities compared to what our local roads are. Our local roads are our priorities, where a two-digit numbered highway would be a lower priority on the provincial scale. The province, even there was a time there they actually did no maintenance on any of their surface roads. They didn't even do any crack seal because of just priorities. It wasn't by the recommendation of their transportation department. That was the allocation of the funding from their government. So I don't like to use the province as much of a comparison to how we maintain our roads. I think we do well and we don't overbuild our roads. But we do certainly, when we see a road start to degrade, something like the Timey Road, we're starting to see some critical wear and deflection in that surface, for example. That's why it's identified for next year. Bunch Road, because of the location and its relative use, we've let that road go way beyond our 15 to 20 year cycle. And, you know, we talked about it earlier this spring. Can it be deferred? Yes. Is it going to require more work in the future? Likely. So it does add to those, you know, there's more dig-outs, there's more strenuous or a more impactful rehabilitation that will be required before we put that overlay on. So that increased that cost as well. But I'm not surprised that Highway 22 is in worse shape than our roads.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm just trying to understand enough of this to be able to contribute to the prioritization of this work.
Absolutely.
And I'll go to Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe to add on to that, what Clearwater County Public Works also monitors and looks for is significant wheel rutting. Heavy loads also take out the oxygen in your asphalt, becomes far more brittle, which leads to alligator cracking. Once that happens, a lot of moisture can get into your granular base course, and now you've got base issues, which add substantial cost. So the proactive measure of crack sealing and protecting that subsurface, that base, for your hard surfacing on top, being proactive and putting that overlay in a timely manner actually saves costs long term, if that helps as well.
Any additional questions? I'll go back to Ms. Serhan then, please.
Okay, Alana, can I have you bring up the summary document for the expenditures on the first agenda item there? Yeah, the expenditure summary. Okay, so as you're aware, we started using budgeting software, I want to say 3 years ago. And as we move through the cycle to prepare for budgets every year, we learn more and more about what this software can do, what the reports are that's in it. So there's so many reports out of the box that I just haven't been able to go in and look at them all. But this is one that's new that I thought was quite interesting, and so that we've supplied in the agenda item. So it actually summarizes the expenditures, and the detail one is just the detail projects under each of these categories. And it sorts them by asset class. So it gives you a picture of what you would intuitively think a municipality is spending their dollars on. So to support the current levels, sorry, I'm just gonna click on it so I can see it more up close on my screen here. So land improvements, machinery and equipment, other engineered structures, roadways and bridges. You can see roadways and bridges is a significant expenditure year over year, because that is the services that we are providing. Do you have the, I think it's page 21. It's the very last page of the status quo. There's vehicles, water systems, and wastewater systems. And these are the capital purchases and projects to keep service levels where they are currently at today. And then let's look at the summary for the funding sources. And that is page 12 of 21. Well, 11 and 12, I guess, is that? So you can see, well, combination, we're still working with Questica to totally identify what is in that, but that is the projects that are funded with partners or two different funding sources. Mostly it's the fire services projects, but you can see in the detail which projects are in that combination, where it's a regional partner that's funding with us on something. And then you can see the grants that are funding capital, and then the restricted surplus accounts. The very last line is the tax revenue. So you can see if service levels are kept the same year over year, it's about $6 million, give or take, in addition to what's being put into restricted surplus in the past. This is up until this year, when we're trying to switch things to being funded through restricted surplus. It would take $6 million of tax revenue on top of what's going into restricted surplus annually, which is typically what has been happening to fund these projects and services and programs. So if there's no more questions on the current service levels, then we'll move into the next agenda item, which is the, I titled it increase to base, but I'm not sure that that's where I want to keep it, or if there's a better title for it. Okay, I'm just gonna find it so I can see it on my screen.
A question from Councillor Graham, or perhaps a
Yes.
motion?
I was gonna ask if we wanted a motion for that, so I'll make a motion that the committee accepts part one of the approved 10-year capital plan to support current service levels for information.
Thank you for that. Any
Thank you.
discussion? Okay, all in favor then? And that is carried, thank you. And, yeah, please continue, Ms. Surrey.
Okay, so this is where we're gonna spend the majority of our time. And again, let's go to that expenditure summary, which would be the last page of the all of the documents and reports. And again, I've pulled the report so that it broke it down by asset class instead of department. So you can see buildings, that double in 2028. Land improvements, which is mostly the Nordic Development Plan. Machinery and equipment. Other engineered structures, which is mostly the waste management plan. Roadways and bridges, these are additional pavement or upgrades to roads that we have. Wastewater and water systems. So I just wanted to briefly go over the summary. We will go through these in more detail, so you can see what projects we're talking about that would increase service levels and thereby increase the annual operating costs of the municipality. And again, sorry, I just want to find the summary for the funding sources. So the summary for the funding sources starts on page 9 of 17. And staff have identified if there was funds in a restricted surplus or a restricted surplus account that could fund a project, they've identified it on these projects. So again, they're not having, there's $1 million coming out of tax revenue, which might be, should look at the detail and see which project that is in 2025, but it might have been missed. So mostly it's either a combination of, in some cases, selling an asset or regional partner or grant revenue and a restricted surplus. Most of it is something, in the combination is something and a restricted surplus. Okay, let's go through this expenditure in a little more detail. So that would be the next pages, I believe, after the funding summary. Oh, these titles are terrible, hey? Okay, it starts on page 11 of 17. And again, it just breaks it out by asset class. So the first class is buildings. You can see in 2024 is the finishing of the Nordegg Discovery Center. There's airport capital, some facility work being done, assuming that that project moves forward. The Ag Rec facility in 2028 is phase 1, 2030 is phase 2, and the new administration building in 2028. So going back, let's find the detail for the funding service for the. It just says combination. Sorry, the cons with choosing a new report is I don't know exactly where all the information is.
I always thought my fancy grade 6 education was overkill, but it's handy today.
on the radio or anything.
Good thing.
Okay, I'm gonna email, Alana the restricted surplus summary so that we could have a look at this. I think it's okay, I just. I emailed it to you. Thanks. Okay, this is where we left off at the end of the last strategic planning, where it shows the project or capital item that needs to be, or is on the capital plan that didn't have funding, total funding for it by the time the project was coming up to date. So the administration building in 2028, the ag rec facility in 2028 and 2030, public works equipment, that's the additional funding needed every year. The airport construction, the items that were identified from the core infrastructure restricted surplus account, the resource road project, which we funded at the end of last year. Let me take that out. Cell development, broadband, and the additional funding required for, let me move the, I guess what I'm doing isn't affecting what you're seeing on the screen. I just moved column A just so that it's not so wide there, Alana, so that we can see the years. Yeah. And I took out the 2 rows where the resource road project is. Can you just remove those? And the next one down, just so there's not so much space between them. Thank you. Okay, so you can see that it's about $10.3 million additional if these projects are all to go where they are currently in the capital plan. So there are some priorities that need to get set, and the years in which the project is to move forward just needs to be confirmed or moved, and then we can identify how many dollars are needed to go into restricted surplus every year to make those projects happen within the year that they are identified. So I don't know if you want to go through these item by item and have a discussion about each one, or how you would like to see these happen.
I would look to, Councillor Melhoff's light was on, but it's gone again.
Oh, nope. I think.
So Oh.
I'm good?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
good.
okay, because
Good,
I'm like, I
good,
did
good,
press it, I
good to-
swear I
good
did,
to
and then
go,
it
good to go.
Ghost took it away. I think we need to have a very candid conversation about our vision for an admin slash ag facility, and I said that way very poignantly, because I think there's some efficiencies to be found. And I think that it's important that this council has a conversation of what that could look like. Potentially, 2 locations is not necessarily the most efficient. Maybe some efficiencies can be found combining some of these things. I'm not sure if that's the type of conversation that you're looking for. But I think that we need to have it. And personally, I think that having that be a combined building could be extremely, or a combined site, et cetera, could be extremely efficient. Love to know what everybody else's thoughts are.
Well, from my view especially, I think that would be an appropriate discussion to have and find out what kinds of efficiencies could be realized with combined building that not only serves the community in one aspect in an administrative function, but also as a recreational or a recreational facility as well. So might be a good discussion. Any additional thoughts or comments? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, and I think we need a bit of a larger discussion around that. And the presentation on solid waste has brought up some questions for me that I think we should have a discussion on. I don't know if we'll have time today, but part of that should certainly be in closed session.
And so then I guess our thoughts around the other categories up there is that, do we feel that's an appropriate amount to be placing into a reserve format over the years? I think that's always good to look forward that distance and see an amount. Sorry, Mr. Hanson, I guess.
I didn't want to jump in front of any of the other councillors that wanted to jump in on that. Some of the discussion I've had with Mr. Emmons here recently, I guess for a game plan, 2028 is rapidly approaching, and we can see how fast 4 years can go by. So it is a time to really start breathing some life into a project and looking at some of the viable options, the siting, location, of administration building. So one of the details that I was discussing with Mr. Emmons was earlier about having a third-party consultant actually assist us with the business plan, with the siting, the communication strategy, the stakeholder engagement, et cetera. Unless council desires that it be driven administratively, I think a third-party approach would be more beneficial to council and provide that perspective to the community of the, I think our communications folks and administratively, we've done a good job keeping the idea fresh, but once you really start talking dollars and cents and allocating budget toward it, that's really gets the attention of the public. I think a good business plan, I say maybe from a third-party consultant to assist us with that, could happen as early as 2024. And with that, as we sit down and do the visioning for what the terms of reference with this consultant would be, does it make sense to add additional facilities onto it, or is that part of what should be investigated? If there are other synergies that could be created using other opportunities such as that. So that was something that I discussed with Mr. Emmons. We're looking actually at bringing a budget number back into 2024 to support that if council wishes.
I'll go to Councillor Graham and then back to the Deputy Reeve.
I would certainly support that, to have an unbiased outside perspective come in and look at what we need and what would be the best option for our community. I think that's a great idea. I would definitely support that.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Not having concrete numbers on what that that consultant looks like. At this point, I would be supportive of that as well. Again, I agree with the unbiasedness of it, or even the perception of bias that we would have going into an administrative building. The idea of getting us out of the town, one, we are the municipality of Clearwater County. I firmly believe that we should be within our own municipality when, like, our building should be. But it also opens up the opportunity for the town to have land that's ready for use for development themselves. We take up 4 spaces within the town. That would then give 4 spaces for companies to come in and support the town. So it's from that perspective as well, I think that is very beneficial. So I would, again, not knowing the number that you're coming back with, I would be supportive of that as well.
And I think from my perspective, I think we know that it won't be free, whatever that number is. And I think just looking here is an appropriate starting point for that discussion around that facility, kind of the numbers that are presented here. I think that's a reasonable number to start with when we don't have concrete plans of what and why and where and how and those kinds of things. I think it's appropriate as a starting point to have a sizable reserve or restricted surplus that's assigned to that project. It really indicates the importance of asset management and that planning and looking to what the needs and barriers are that we face right now. So, Councillor Swanson, please.
This is directed to Director Martinson. Are we going to be getting an updated survey in regards to that ag-rec facility?
Mr. Martinson?
Yeah, we hope to later this summer, early fall, do a little modernization of the feasibility study complete. And if council wishes to move forward with the study Director Hansen proposed or discussed, that would be good information to sort of help that consultant understand the scope of that project.
Please.
I think that particular discussion, along with what Director Hansen has also suggested as far as a third party, will be also curtailed with our discussion in regards to the amalgamation with the village, because those assets, whether they become part of this particular umbrella or not, will have a particular, it will be influence the direction of the future dollars of our municipality.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham, please.
I'm sure this would be part of the study, but if we were to combine the buildings, then maybe we could phase it differently too. So we do the administrative building and then a couple years later we start doing the add-on of the rec building, and that could help us with the numbers up there as well and avoid us having to do any tax increases to fulfill this surplus.
Thank you for that, and I think it does create some flexibility as we move forward. Sometimes opportunities just pop up that just seem to fit, and I think it gives us the flexibility to be able to really meet the needs of the community as we move forward and manage our assets in a constantly changing picture that we deal with, whether it's dealing with amalgamation or changes in industry or just changes in the overall service level that the community feels is important. So we can be adaptive to that and have some good long-range planning and asset management in place. So I think it seems appropriate. Additional comments, questions? Don't know if that's helpful to you, Rhonda?
I think as we prepare for the next strategic planning meeting, which will be in September, which will be kind of the wrap up or the summation of everything we've talked about all year in preparation for pulling together the 2024 budget. What I've heard is that we will leave the buildings, the facilities in. The only thing I'm not sure of is the dates, and then look to consultation in 2024 budget to finalize or arm council with more information to make those decisions on the dates and stages of construction.
Deputy Reid Melhoff?
Thank you. At what point in this plan do we go out to the public to to do town halls and engagement and determine like what their thoughts are.
Mr. Emmons, or, yeah, I'll let you jump right into that one.
I'll do my best. Truly, I would say from my perspective at least, that'll be driven by council. The direction from previous council was to postpone for 10 years, which is 2028. I've heard from members of the community, which is represented in this room as well, of course, perhaps south is a better option. And so for council to decide whether or not the vision is north or south is integral to keeping to any tentative timeline, which is the importance of this study. Coming forward to see if that fits the vision of the community, therefore this council, as to what direction, then the utilization of the north property as well, and what that looks like. So for us to keep on that 2028 that was previously decided, the 2024 is actually pretty tight to start those conversations. And really, from my perspective, that's the start of community engagement. The more transparent the conversations, the more the public gets an opportunity to get educated and be involved through the process.
I just don't want that piece to get missed. In fact, it'll probably need to be several times back out to them, in several different, like, after the feasibility study, like, I think we need to make sure that we really get out there and give as much opportunity for the public to come back to us on this one as possible.
Councillor Swanson, please.
In line 13 there, where it says Public Works paving, 7 million. Can you remind me again, is that for new paving? Because I believe we used our gas tax for overlay. Was
I
that?
think that was paving that wasn't going to be funded through the federal gas tax fund.
Okay, so that's.
I'll confirm that.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional questions, thoughts? All right, did that give you enough, Ms. Serhan, for that?
For the buildings section, let's move on to the land improvements, which, let me find the page that it's on. Yeah, the detail. Page 11. Of the agenda item reports. So here's where, there's a couple things that need to be discussed by council and confirmed. Historic mine site is set for $1 million in 2025. Caroline commercial lot development, 3 million in 2025. There's already, just let me double check what. Is in that, restricted surplus account. So in the restricted surplus account for the land development is, where did it go? So at the end of December 31st, with an additional $1 million going in 2023, it'll be just north of $4 million. So confirming that there is other development that council wishes to prioritize, or is this the only land development that's on council's radar, or how long are they wishing for that $1 million to go in annually for the land development? So that's one the next question.
Mr. Hanson, did I miss your light earlier?
I was gonna wait till she was done her
Okay,
summary,
sorry.
and then I was gonna speak to the Caroline commercial lot.
Okay, well, but maybe we'll let Ms. Serhan continue on, and then we will come to you for sure.
There's a finishing of the Lesaville rec area in 2024. And then the rest of the summary is the Nordegg development plan. So I think just refreshing what the overarching guidelines are as far as development goes for if lots stop selling, where do we stop? What's the next projects? That sort of thing can be a brief discussion. I don't know if we have anyone here to speak to that today, but yeah, so that's what's in the land improvements section. So again, the Nordegg Historic Mine Site and the Caroline Commercial Lot and the Nordegg Development Plan.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff, and then I'll go to Mr. Hanson as well.
Thank you, Reeve. We really haven't had an update on the historic mine site and what it's gonna take. I mean, last time we were seeing numbers north of 10 million. So now for it to be a 1 million for the historic mine site, just curious if we could get an update on what the province and the federal government have said with regards to that mine site, because can't really make a decision without the information.
And probably Mr. Martinson would be the first to comment there.
We are planning on bringing that item to council. Because of the intergovernmental relations, we'll be starting that discussion closed session.
Okay.
And then depending on how that discussion goes, we'll bring it to open council based on the direction council wants to go. So I believe that's scheduled for one of the next handful of the next 1 or 2 meetings. We should have that in front of council.
Then we'll have a better idea on the
I think-
million then.
You know, as far as that million goes, that was a bit of a placeholder while we're getting our engineering information together. So, you know, depending on the you know, sort of the direction council wants to go, that could result in looking at that engineering information and then applying a schedule for work, if that's the direction we head. And of course, scheduling and phasing and timelines can be part of that discussion. But I do believe the $1 million was a bit of a placeholder to ensure that it stays in the conversation while we do the engineering and have some philosophical discussions.
Thank you.
But the mine site is open. We are
Yes.
doing tours 6 days a week, every day except for Tuesday. We will have probably close to 50 tours completed by this week, so mine site's open.
And I have a great line where you can get really great line on where you can get a slightly used roller coaster. Too. Well, there's one that they took out of the mall up in Edmonton. Be a perfect spot for it, right?
Real cheap though.
We can make them look like little mine cars.
And Mr. Hanson's, sorry, I'll
No, that's great. I believe we've started the conversation about the Caroline commercial lot development there. I think we had it the last time we discussed. So just as a reminder to council, we've always looked at this, the commercial lot development as a placeholder, and it's up in the queue right now. It's really up to this committee whether we actually move forward with that detailed design as early as next year. Of course, there was also additional discussion about scope, that it wouldn't just be the commercial lot development, it would actually extend water sanitary services up into the industrial sites. I know that was been a discussion. Is also, we don't want to create a stranded asset there by having, you know, back discussions with the Village of Caroline for capacity for water, you know, make sure that we have enough water to support fire services and the wastewater treatment capacity. So I believe there was discussion that we were actually going to defer it 1 more year. At least, like say, kick that can down 1 more year. I see it's still up in 2024. So just put it back to the committee again, there is a desire to actually have that detailed design done as early in 2024 for construction in 2025, or would this committee like to see that deferred a year, let the amalgamation wash finish out and then start with that plan? We still, the other major contingency was that we would have, it was projected that we'd have all the industrial lots sold. That doesn't, certainly not the case, is still continued to be leased to TC Energy down there. I believe they're in there till September now. So we're getting that revenue right now, but we haven't had a whole lot of interest in purchasing any of those industrial lots. That was supposed to be the caveat of when we moved forward with the commercial lots, unless that's changed with this council here.
Deputy Reed Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. For me, it's definitely changed because they can't sell without water sewer. That seems to be the big holdup on them, so it's really hard for us to not move forward if they aren't, if they don't have water and sewer. However, I know in our last discussion, we talked that we needed to determine capacity. And because we also don't want to move forward with paying for engineering and a plan and everything if there isn't capacity. So I feel it is extremely important, not only for Clearwater County and the fact of our assets down there and our land down there, but also for the village of Caroline, for us to do this. But I don't want to do it if they can't, if their system cannot handle that extra capacity. So we need to determine which one goes first, determine capacity or do the engineering to determine capacity. I'm not sure which order that needs to be done in, but it's, for me, it's still very important.
Yeah, from an engineering perspective, that would be done one and the same. We have all the data that supports the commercial core. We'd only have to add the additional capacity for what the industrial areas would create. And so there would be, but that would certainly be done in all at the same time. And then, of course, they could evaluate the village there. I guess it just comes up to timing. Does council wish to move forward with that type of analysis as early as 2024, or would you prefer to wait?
Follow-up?
Go ahead, please, and then I'm going to go to
is-
Councillor Graham.
Is this a discussion that should be happening at the ICC as well? Sit down, talk with our partners. Maybe they don't want us to continue. Maybe they don't want us there. So perhaps it's something we need to sit down with our teammates at the village and make sure that that's still fits with their plan as well, or not? Or is that not a good? I look around the table here to see what everybody's.
Well, again, I would probably just say that much of the focus on the ICC has been around amalgamation and what that might mean to the community, and we're in that process. As we said, there hasn't been anything determined of what that eventuality would be, other than that there is an interest in continuing that process.
Has ICC talked about this development in particular?
I don't believe the specific development has been discussed, but I could be wrong on that. I'm just one of the people that sit around that room. I don't recall it being a topic. I'll go to Mr. Emmons if he has anything to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I may, from my perspective, in this conversation, truly we're wearing a developer hat. So it's a matter of dealing with another municipality at that platform. So no, to the best of my knowledge, it hasn't been discussed at ICC. The only reason this is being brought forward is because another topic has come in after the start of this development, and that is the current conversation between the two municipalities on amalgamation, which actually could ease process in a lot of ways. So I think there's some wisdom in perhaps looking at that process and see where that lands, and then deal with this development from that standpoint. Be clearer direction.
Yeah, I just don't want to delay a development that is potentially great for the southern portion of our community because of amalgamation. I don't want to use that, and it sounds bad, but I don't use that as an excuse to delay something. We're probably going to do it either way, so why use that as a barrier to prevent us from doing something great in the southern portion of our county? Just thought.
Mr. Emmons.
And Thank you for that. And if I may, I don't believe it needs to create a barrier or even slow down the process. Amalgamation doesn't hinge on the engineering and the planning for. That can be done. What it would hinge on is after that, and what that looks like. And the resources and opportunity and able, quite frankly, to address whatever is in that engineering report.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham and then to Councillor Ratcliffe.
I have the opposite perspective. We had this discussion last time though. For me, I think we should wait until we find out what's going on with the amalgamation. If we were hypothetically to amalgamate and we have to redo the whole system anyways, we might as well do the commercial part at the same time, and we could probably find some cost savings in that. And if we do the engineering and everything now, and then it changes, then it's just a waste of engineering. So I agree, it's extremely important and we need to do it eventually. I just want to do it at the right time for the most economic feasibility, I guess, of it.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. My question is around how much visioning has been done on the work that would go into Caroline should it become part of the county that would need to be included in this 10-year planning funding document. Okay.
I think the only thing I could relate, there is an intermunicipal development plan, and I'd maybe leave Mr. Emmons to outline that is some very high-level, broad, future considerations for that, around that particular municipality right now that we share some interests in that, us being the bigger part of the donut and them being the other part of the donut.
But otherwise, I tend to agree with Councillor Melhoff's approach to be making things happen in the southern part of our region.
Any additional thoughts, questions? Okay. Does that add enough clarity around this? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cermak.
What is the cost to do this engineering for our commercial lots down there? I think we have, what, 112 acres there? Or how many acres we do have down there? And what is the cost just to go ahead with this? Because whether we do it now or if we do it 10 years from now, it's still gonna be that what we need to do down there with our land. The amalgamation isn't gonna make any difference on that, I don't think.
Mr. Hanson?
So we've identified $100,000 in 2024. So we've done, of course, all of the, so there's 112 acres is what we have actually down in that, for the entire site. So there was 10 industrial lots that were created when we did the phase one. This phase two would be an additional 10 highway commercial lots, about an acre in size. The concept plan's already been created. We just need to complete the detailed design for those 10 highway commercial lots. But we will need to add, I believe it's actually on the wish list, I've provided an estimate, I think of another $1.5 million to run the water sewer up into the industrial area. Like I say, when we get down to that list there, that number would have to be added on, and that 3.1 would likely need to be updated as well. So next year, if we move forward with the detailed design, tendering, et cetera, we'll update the new capital cost to combine that all as one project, if we decide to move forward with that. And of course, with that, the most hingent or the unknown, of course, is through the capacity evaluation that we do through the design and the engineering, is to consult with the village that they have the capacity, that we can actually hook up to it and make it functional and not have that stranded asset.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. I'm still with the continue, with the engineering and all of that. It's all gonna be part of the amalgamation question, et cetera. I don't think they need to be mutually exclusive. I think they can happen simultaneously. That'll determine if 2025 we go ahead with that. So maybe that 3.1 million is no longer gonna be needed if we determine through that process that there isn't capacity, et cetera, it has to be pushed, whatever, then that may not happen. But in order to determine if we can do it down there, we need to do the engineering and that full assessment. So I'm still of the 2024, we can move on that and determine where we go with the information that we get.
Mr. Hanson?
And with that information, I know, provided that the committee makes that recommendation, we'll, if that's just to stay in 2024, we'll have that, even that 2024 number updated to with the scope of what we're discussing now today, because that does, it changes the engineering scope of what's gonna be required, but that'll be brought back at budget time there with a more accurate number of what that cost will be for 2024.
Any additional thoughts, questions? Does that give enough clarity then?
Is council wishing to contribute $1 million to that land development restricted surplus past 2023? Considering that there would be $4 million in there at the end of 2023? Is there another, or I guess what, I'm just trying to figure out what restricted surplus accounts need funding past 2023 and which ones don't, so.
Deputy Reed Melhoff?
For that account specifically, it's separate than the Nordic development, correct?
Correct.
Is it also separate from gravel development?
Yes.
Okay. Then potentially not, because it'll have, at that point, if Caroline and the mine site are the only ones that are considered separate from the Nordic development and gravel development, then potentially not, because we have the, that's the separate accounts for, like municipal reserve accounts for things like playgrounds, et cetera, which we would be doing land development with. But something specific outside of the ones that are already listed, we may not need to continue to be annually contributing to that if they're already, other restricted accounts are already covering those.
Councillor Graham?
Would that account include, for example, waste? If we wanted to buy a new place to do our central waste, a new piece of land for our central waste, or like if we wanted to buy land for an administrative building, would that come out of that account?
No, there's a restricted surplus account specifically for the new administration facility, and there's also a specific restricted surplus account for regional wastewater.
But if it was a future, I didn't explain that very well, sorry. If it was a future land acquisition that we needed for something that we didn't have a restricted surplus for, a new thing, would it come out of that account?
Possibly, if that's where council
Yeah.
directed.
I think it would come to this
Yeah.
group to be able to,
Decide where
realize the
that,
focus needs to shift slightly from what perhaps the initial was into something that was more current.
Okay,
There is that flexibility in my understanding as we move forward, because we don't want to just keep restricted surpluses that stay there forever and don't work for our community. We want that monies to be out there and working for our community, but it really is part of our overall asset management plan where we look to the future and what costs do we anticipate as our assets depreciate or our service levels have to be propped up, so.
yes, I believe there's enough priorities that are, demanding to be looked at, specific priorities that we don't, we probably won't be able to fund something that isn't specific at this point. So stop it after 2023? Is that, okay. And if that changes as we move on today, then that's fine. Just as of now, we'll say 2023 is the last contribution to that account for now. Okay, are we It's like 10 after 12.
I know, I've been kind of watching. It is. Maybe it would be an appropriate time then to, break for lunch, and if we come back at, let's say, 12:50, does that give us enough time? That's 45 minutes, so, or not 45, 35 minutes. Okay, Great, thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. We continue on with our agenda of the day. And I'll go again to Ms. Serhan and allow her to guide us through
Sure,
next
so
steps.
the next portion of the land improvements expenditures all deal with the Nordegg Development Plan. So you'll see multiple phases of multiple projects over the years until 2031. Currently, the restricted surplus is sitting at a due from the Nordegg development of about $3 million. And I think there's a small carry forward into 2024 and some capital projects in 2023 that need to go against that account. And then there should be an analysis of what's left for sale there. Administration is currently working through that to see what the market value is of the developed land, because there are some things that have been put in that due from Nordegg development that didn't generate any lots or end product to sell. So there will need to be a decision made as to how we're gonna fund the balance of that. And then moving forward, I think the stages are set up so that if sales end at a certain point or get slow, then the development starts until the sales pick up. But
Councillor Swanson, please.
I would like some clarification in regards to, for example, Stewart Street. Is that for the underground infrastructure that is needed, and the Stewart Street, the cemetery to Elizabeth Ave, is that for the underground infrastructure, the water waste? Yes? No?
Mr. Hanson?
Yes, so we've, Stewart Street Cemetery to Elizabeth, we've actually started the preliminary engineering this year in 2023. That is from the Heritage Center up past the cemetery up to where it connects with Stewart Street. So that's considering all the connections along there, the geotechnical work there. There was concerns raised with the amount of rock there and possibly drill and blast type scenario in order to get that portion completed. Which will tie well into the next phase of the phase 2 of the historic core. So once you hit Stewart Street and then start heading back over, Stewart Street connects with Elizabeth, then you start heading over toward the connection of Center Street as well as the residential areas there. That would be the phase 2 of the commercial core. So we're trying to get that connection completed in between the Discovery Center and our newly developed area, and this would be the first stage of that.
Okay.
Now, this has been a draft timeline that we've thrown up with this council. Other priorities have represented themselves, but we haven't had a good discussion with yourselves in planning there to discuss, any other priorities or moving around some of these project priorities in the timeline.
Okay. Thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have any idea when they're gonna be for sale? We can start selling the inventory that we have.
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. So administration has had several meetings. We've recently gotten together with our contracted real estate agent. They are putting prices together along with administration's costs that we forwarded to them, and that will be coming very soon to council. I expect within the next 2 meetings to attach prices, and that's the only holdup.
Awesome. I just don't want us to miss the season boat for getting those lots sold. So thank you.
Welcome.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Maybe this isn't the right time to ask this question, but I was wondering about natural gas service, how that is progressing, that, decisions on development are being based around that.
And the race is on, but I'll go to Mr. Emmons first.
You probably should have picked Eric. You're right, it's not the right time to ask.
Okay.
Administrate, Clearwater County has, Clearwater County has.
Can't look at her.
Clearwater County has met with the government of Alberta and Rocky Gas. We did have a Zoom meeting, and there was some really good productive conversations about moving forward. So the province is getting their interdepartments together to work out a plan and work out their own internal conditions and get back to, I'll say predominantly Rocky Gas, but of course including us as a funder. But I will defer to Mr. Hanson.
And Mr. Hanson, please.
Yeah, just to build off what Mr. Emmons said there, yes, the conversations are being held with transportation, public lands, and Rocky Gas. From the end of the conversation, what I can foresee is that it certainly won't be by the last quarter of 2023 that natural gas will be available. Just with there's going to be a revision to, Alberta Transportation has a huge concern with having the pipeline in the transportation right away. They're willing to work with Rocky Gas in some of the constrained areas, but their preference and their recommendations from their utilities division is they're really trying to minimize any utilization of the corridor itself. So they're looking at a alternative design. So what that creates is, of course, more ground proofing a route and geotechnical, as well as the engineering involved in order to get it, get the new access determined. So, like I said, the only thing from a permitting standpoint, you know, it was committed to about a 3-month period there from once they actually had the application sitting in front of them. But then now all the groundwork needs to be done in order to actually explore the route and the requirements that they have in order to submit that application. So I would say gas no earlier than 2024. And if somebody could prove me wrong, if they can prove me wrong, that'd be fantastic.
I'll get a shovel and see what I can do.
Yeah.
So not this year, and early, mid, late next year, that's too much to ask.
Well, it's the same old thing with most construction, you know, ideally it'd be during the summer months of each year, and the window for summer 2023 is closing rapidly.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe when we say that in June, but, you know, by the time you get in November, you get into frost, ground conditions, so with this new information the Rocky Gas Co-op has, I would find it very difficult that they'd have it approved and new alignment and construction this year, with it being, you know, when we discussed this originally was the end of 2023. It's likely going to be summer 2024.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. There is some technology that can be used. Now, I would only want to do this if the permitting was for sure that gas was coming in. But you can put queens in potentially into the industrial part, still service those new lots with natural gas, with the expectation that natural gas will eventually be coming down the Highway 11 area, so that these new builds don't have to put in propane, be set up for propane, and then switch over to natural gas, or delay their build based on natural gas. So as long as the permits for sure are there, that is an option to make sure that we're not delaying construction, waiting for natural gas to come, or we're not delaying development or people's homes, or that they're not going on propane just to switch back over. So there is some things that once we know for sure that those permits will be approved, that we can help that community with.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, and if I may, at this point, we don't know for sure. There are hurdles that have to be worked through, where we can't say, you know, some of the hurdles now that Rocky Gas is facing, I will suggest they're gonna have to crunch some numbers and see if it's still economically feasible, because they could be fairly substantial in the grand scheme of things, so at this time, we can't even say for sure.
Okay. thank you. Well, it's unfortunate there isn't a wireless or satellite solution to this problem, and we certainly can't hang delivery pipes in the trees, so hopefully we can find a great solution that meets everybody's needs. Ms. Serhan, any?
I think that's all. I think, like I said, there's still some more work to do on the Nordic Development Plan. However, that being said, because of the due to, due from, we can just work within that for now until we get some more analysis done for those projects. Moving on, we have machinery and equipment, and although broadband is sitting in there, it probably should be in other engineered structures. We'll be moving that, but I'll just turn it over to Director Hagan to talk about those three projects.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Rhonda. So what we have here is a representation of the currently approved core backbone project. And it's phases 3, 4, and 5 take place in 2024, 25, and 26 respectively. So these are our most current estimates of the costs of those phases. And the challenge here is that we've identified these as being funded from restricted surplus, which has historically been the case, but that restricted surplus account is nearing zero. So the challenge is going to be for this committee and for council ultimately, if that's where the future funding is going to come from, then some funds need to be dedicated into that restricted surplus over the next few years.
Okay. Any thoughts, questions, discussion? Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Lots, but I feel that I will leave them for our broadband committee meeting on the 29th.
So is the consensus that we leave these projects in the timeline that's shown on this report? So phase 3 in 2024, phase 4 2025, phase 5 in 2026.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
I believe we did talk about that at a previous meeting, but
okay,
I can't remember if that was an open or closed session, so I don't want to speak out of turn.
I would suggest the committee consider leaving them here for the time being, and as we have future broadband committee meetings, more information and decisions and recommendations may be coming out of that. That will better inform this committee and council.
Thank you for that. And again, I'll go to Ms. Serhan. Is there anything additional there then, or do you have enough
No, that's fine.
direction there?
That's fine for those. And then the next set is the solid waste upgrades to those facilities, and they have they start in 2024. It looks like 2027 is there's no project in that year, but then again in 2028 and 2030.
So on that one, if I remember right, that it wasn't exactly the same time frame I think that was presented with our earlier session. Maybe I'm wrong on those dates. I'll go to Mr. Magnus.
Yeah, so what you're seeing up there is correct according to what we've presented earlier today. The only difference being there's just the numbers. The solid waste central site, we put in 500,000, and as presented in the presentation was 100,000 to be put into 2025, another 100,000 into 2026 with construction to proceed in 2027. So yeah, so the timeline there's a little, and we'll make those adjustments. I'll work with Rhonda that we get that correct as per the recommendations put forward. And the second one, the solid waste transfer facility Nordic upgrades. Again, 45 is indicated. It was indicated as 20,000 in the presentation. The 350,000 in 2025 is correct. And then your Faraway Klein, those numbers are correct, along with the timeline of 2028 and 2029.
I'll go to Councillor Graham and then back to the Deputy Reeve.
You may have just solved my problem, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So in 2024, that $500,000 for the central site, that is not actually going to come out?
That's correct.
Okay.
If you want to go with what the recommendations were given as according to the study, the plan, that's actually shown if the first indication of having to consider the central site would be in 2025.
Okay, perfect. I was gonna suggest pushing it back a year as it was presented here, so I'm happy with that.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Graham, I concur, and I would also look at potentially, depending on the information we get, canceling it entirely. So I'm not comfortable with that, the site selection currently, but you guys said you were gonna look at some other options potentially, so I will be open-minded. But if we're going with the current site location, I would not be in favor of continuing if we're going with the current site location.
Again, that'll be 2025, so when we do budget deliberations here in December of 2023, it'll be indicated as such. And at that time, during 2024, council can have that discussion, put forward a motion in regards to the path that they would like to proceed with in regards to a central site.
Page then has the landfill recycle PDO diversion bulk collection in 2024. Is that staying in 2024?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
So if I could, and I probably should know this, PDO?
Drop off, pick up and drop off.
Pick up and drop
Drop
off.
off,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Sometimes I struggle with acronyms, and I can imagine a lot of things, so you don't want me to struggle for too long.
So just looking at that, I'll make sure it corresponds to what I have here. Okay, so where it indicates the waste transfer station southeast central, I believe that's the next one there.
Yes.
Yeah, so at 2050, that should be removed. And, because that's to occur, in the first indication of that to occur is in 2032 and 2034.
Okay, well, you can update
Yeah,
them.
I'll update you,
Yeah.
Rhonda, for sure on all those, yeah.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually should have asked this question during your original solid waste presentation, so I apologize. Is anywhere in the plan to bring back those recycle reuse sheds? I get asked about it all the time, and I would be remiss if I do not bring it up at every opportunity.
Simple answer, no. The reason why is we're taking something away that is already established in the town of Rocky Mountain House. There's a number of organizations that have that reuse center, right? And for them, it's important because it's involves a lot of charitable contributions in regards to those organizations. So it is, as I said, in summary again, we're taking something away that's already been established within the community. 2, liability and safety. Ever since COVID and such, the manpower we would need and the cleaning and such, it is beyond the scope of what solid waste and recycling is all about. There's just too much liability involved in regards to that, in regards to protecting Clearwater County and the manpower associated with that and the safety. It's not something I would recommend.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff again.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And the safety stuff, I absolutely can see that. But as far as it not being not what waste and recycling is about, it's diversion, which is exactly what it's supposed to be about, right? We're supposed to be diverting as much waste as we can. And that's what I think this would do. As far as the safety and liability, that I can take away and use with my residents who continually ask me for a reuse shelter at the transfer stations.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. If we could partner with some of those charitable organizations, and there obviously is a wish to have this that's outside of what's currently happening, would we be able to get out from under that liability, those other risks?
That would be something we would have to research out. Again, it comes down to if that be council's direction to take that away from organizations that are already well established in regards to taking things that people don't want anymore.
Well, or let those organizations run it.
Yeah. Then, I mean, that would be up to council if they want to direct administration to move forward with potentially having a facility to accommodate that. That would be up to you, council.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Graham, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
This is the drum that I beat on all the time too, so I'm sorry again. But the people that I talk to, instead of putting their stuff in the bin, it's going in the garbage. So it's not going to those organizations, it's just going into the garbage. Whereas if we had that, I picture a calf shelter there, then it could go in there, and then, you know, at the end of every month, we could bring anything left to those organizations. And I don't know, we got around the liability before with it, so I don't understand the liability thing, I guess. I remember when I used to sit at the transfer stations, we weren't allowed to take things that were electrical to avoid that liability, but I don't know, I would love to dig into this one more, and I hear about it often too, and the community's really missing those stations, so I would love if we could give council direction to look into it more, I guess, I don't know.
Councillor Swanson?
I remember when I first moved here, there was an opportunity that they set up at what was then the regional system, that they set up a big tent and they put everything under a big, you know, those free things, and it was basically for a week. You had to come and people could take and come, but it was only set up for 1 week of the year. I remember back in the day, and that's gonna be 2005, 6 in there, maybe even 7. I understand the need, but what has happened in the past has been super convenient. And that's why people it's to dump the garbage, dump off the reuse, and it's super convenient. And it's inconvenient for them to go to the next to new and to go drop things off at the Little House of Hope or, you know, the church, whatever. And I understand that, but I mean, I've been listening as well as sometimes when people think that their treasures are not treasures, is those particular charities are responsible then for putting their actual garbage, and the onus is on them, and it's an expense on them, and it's their, so what I feel if we're going to meet somebody in the middle, maybe it's something in conjunction, it's set up a tent and everybody has 1 week out of the year, they can bring their stuff and it's gone, and whatever's left goes in the garbage. I don't know if that's a compromise or not. I don't know if that's an opportunity for that. If not, before in the past, these reuse sheds, I know the town has asked for volunteer they're here, and they can't even get these charities to help them out for free. So it is an issue, and to me, it's a convenience thing. So nobody wants to make those extra couple stops. So as much as I appreciate the opportunity to explore it more, maybe there's an opportunity to collaborate. Maybe the town of Rocky Mountain House would like to set up someplace and, you know, do something like that as well. I know they got a free kick it to the curb.
Yeah,
That's their
mention
program.
that program, not that I'd like to say a lot of great things about the town, but I think that's one of those programs that I think the community has embraced, and I think it was, I don't know if that can be duplicated countrywide, because quite often I know a lot of country folks deal with people coming there to help themselves to what farmers have in their yard too. So we want to make sure that we have an identifiable program. Where were we at?
The next is just confirming the roadways and bridges that are above the level of service that we currently have. So Burnstick Lake Road grading and base pave, the Nordag South Townsite access, the West Country Roads project in 26 and 27. The resource roads one is totally funded. Landfill site road upgrades is a small expenditure, 29. And then Leslieville paving in 24. And a dry hydrant in Misty Valley that's in 2024. So that's all that's in the other engineered structures.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, if we could go back to Burnstick Lake for a second. So just as a reminder to this council, and it'll be fresh, I guess, for some of the newer councilors, there was 3 major paving priorities that were set out. It was like a 5-6 year plan, 5-6 years ago. Included River Road, well, actually it was Spate Road, River Road, Leslieville East, and then the last one on the list was Burnstick Lake. That was the previous council set out. Those are the paving priorities and the established timelines associated with. So it is 2024, as we can see, is detailed design for Burnstick Lake Road. That goes from the end of the pavement on the Burnstick Lake Road down to the entrance into the Burnstick Lake Summer Village campground area. So it's not all the way down to the bridge, it's just that's 5 or 6 kilometer section that continues down there. So I just wanted to, of course, it requires the first year is the engineering design for the grading job in order to get it ready for the base, and then the following year would be the paving. And I can't remember if we've actually talked about this one a whole bunch, just wanted to make sure there was still a paving priority for this council. It's usually something we talk about at budget, but we have the opportunity here now. There's no point in missing the opportunity. As we've had some really good discussion about asphalt overlay and the cost to maintain our surface roads. We just have to, if there was additional information council wanted, or this project to be revisited, or another paving priority that may have reared its head. I said these paving priorities were set a long time ago, and we've had no additions to that, and it hasn't really been revisited. It's just now it's time in the queue. So I will leave it at that for council discussion.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you. That will be band free?
Our current policy is that we construct all of our new roads to band free.
But that road in particular is not typically used for industrial traffic. It's to go to Burnstick Lake. This is the one to go to Burnstick Lake, Summer Village, yes?
Well, it's a continuation of the Burnstick Lake Road. I would say that
Oh,
it is heavily, we have a gravel pit down there.
Yep.
There's other industry down there, James River, et cetera.
So
Plus
this is
it
just for
lines
the
up.
Summer Village?
Yeah, it lines up well with the overlay on the Burnstick Lake Road as well. So it's actually, that's why it was timed that way, that we'll be doing the overlay on the Burnstick Lake Road. And then we can, there again, combining paving projects, we maybe can carry on with the base pave to the south. So then that entire stretch will be band free. Because there's nothing I despise more than having a band road hooked to a band free road. So that's what assisted with the timing.
So you wouldn't want me to try to make this a
I'm not sure where you're going, but I
Band-free road?
I like band-free roads. So the policy does anyway. We have to look at that again.
I'm just using, how many kilometers is that again, please?
I don't have the right in front of me there. It's, I believe it's 6 kilometers,
And an overlay in 15 years, 200,000 per kilometer, you said?
200,000 kilometers.
And it's significantly more expensive to snowplow these instead of grade them as well, right? Do we need a new plow truck to do this 6 kilometers?
Well, it's 3 times as much to maintain surface roads as it does gravel roads. That's a pretty good, relative formula to use. And Mr. Magnus would have to look at his operational capacity. You know, every time we add a truck, you know, it has a availability of capacity, and then once we reach a threshold, then he would have to get another truck. So that would have to be, that'd have to be revisited.
5.2 kilometers.
Thank you.
And Councillor Graham, and then I'll work my way down the line here.
I have 2 questions that I'm gonna ask in advance for budget, because they're not fair to ask you today. Is gonna be how many residents does the county have on that road? And the numbers of people who come from the south versus the north to go there.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Director Hansen, for opening up that question. Yeah, I think for myself, I would like to push that back. There's not that many residents down there. But if we have the paving crew already there working, it would seem expedient to, you know, finish that off at the same time. I think we have some economic development opportunities in front of us, and I would put those, personally see those as a priority over paving. Is my position.
And Councillor Swanson?
I know in the past, I'll just say maybe the last 3 or 4 years, we've built to a grading, you know, to a base pay standard, and then we've left it a year or two, right? Like thing like Leslieville Road, and, you know, things like that, because weather events, etc. Is there an opportunity to build this particular road to a base paved road, get things cleaned up, and let it sit? And when the opportunity, we may not want to pave it, maybe create a good enough or better road than it is already, and maybe capitalize on when pavement is a little cheaper. I don't know, because if it's due for, like, and that's my other question, because I know in the past councils have expedited the paving project, and those are coming up to bite us here right away as well in the next 10 years as well, as far as relay with those particular. I'm getting to the point where it's like, how much more are we going to pave? And we really need to be critical about what we're paving and what roads really need to be built to a standard of where they need to be. So I don't know if we can do that, go through the first two stages and then park it. I know there's a risk involved, and maybe you could explain to me what that risk is again.
Well, first of all, we can do anything when it comes to the timeline of construction and then paving. I just wanted to start with that. I thought that was a really good introduction.
Have you seen the cemetery drawings? They're pretty awesome.
Yeah. Well, we'll be involved in that too. So the only, and I don't disagree with the perspective of actually reconstructing it to a grading standard that would be ready for base pave. The only problem is, or the discussion that will happen then, is that actually we've put in all that work, and then the next year we'll be actually doing the overlay on Birdstick Lake, and we'll be coming right up to the end of it. So it's not saying that that additional 5 kilometers doesn't have a significant cost. It's just if the opportunity was there to capitalize on money saved, it would be then, because we're like the pavers right at the beginning of what you just freshly reconstructed in preparation for paving. That's the risk. Other than that, it's it could be reconstructed and sit for the next 5 years, and then, or 15 years, and then come back to rehabilitate that road again. 20 years, sorry. Yeah.
And since I will go to you, Deputy Reeve Milhoff, since this is strategic planning, I just, to give council and administration a bit of a heads up. One of the dynamics that's happened with the David Thompson School and the Charlotte Small School is bus routes have changed. That traffic pattern with parents accessing both schools, it's shifted a lot of traffic onto that Range Road 4-5 or the Condor Road. So, you mean, I don't know, maybe Councillor Graham has heard some comments from within the community as well. People are looking with the work that's being done on the Leslieville to Withrow Road, that, you know, the logical progression, you know, is forcing more, or not forcing, encouraging more traffic to take those routes. So we may need to look at upgrades to that road sometime in our strategic plan as well. So I just thought I'd mention that. There may be some, I've heard there may be some letter writing happening around that as well. So I want to give that as a bit of a heads up while we're in an appropriate time to discuss it as well. Councillor Graham, did you have any of that feedback as well too from your division? And then I will go to you, Jenny.
Yeah, no worries.
I certainly have. It's I've had lots of people bring it up to me, the safety concerns, with the twinning, to have to get onto the road versus, you know, and then the safety concerns with the dust and having buses. It's a very hilly road and it's not really ideal for a lot of traffic. So it's been brought up to me quite a bit as well. So.
Right. Yeah. No, and I think that's one of the dynamics we face as Highway 11 development occurs, and that construction project, which will be ongoing for several years. I'm sure it will change the traffic patterns on that road and probably drive those safety concerns forward as a driver for us to come to decisions as well too. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually, it's not even my division, and I've heard about that road too. And I know we talked about it, I think in last strategic planning, to look at that road. So thank you again for bringing that back again, because I think it is important, especially with the Highway 11 and with us being out there for pavement on the Leslieville East Road. Wouldn't there be efficiencies to be found if we were to do those together? But we were just talking about asphalt and potentially pushing it for 20 years. So then we have 5 years then potentially to wait to do Burnstick Lake, because we can push the Burnstick Lake overlay potentially for 5 years, right?
Mr.
Yeah, you can do anything.
Mr. Hanson.
I will pay for that for a long time.
The Public Works bat beacon has been shining on the ceiling here.
So the work schedule for Leslieville overlay, it can be delayed if council, or again.
No, Burnstick Lake overlay, not Leslieville.
Yeah, and that is fair to say as well. I think you were bringing the conversation over to Condor.
Yes.
The Condor Road North. So that one specifically, particularly because of the nature of the Condor North Road, which we've actually added it to the council wish list. So that it got brought up in the last meeting, and I believe Mr. Ann will be going through that list. And we've actually put a dollar figure to it based on the amount of kilometers, and it's a significant amount of work, especially with the grading. You know, we know with the roller coaster ride of a road that it is today, but it's going to require a significant amount of grading. Land acquisition, it's only a 20-meter right-of-way for the whole width, so preference would be get that out to 30-meter right-of-way to meet our local road standard. So we wouldn't be able to have it ready to be paved next year, because that's when we plan on coming to Leslieville. That's what exactly what Matt said. That's why I'm going to pay for that forever.
Yeah, I thought you could do anything.
Yeah, that's dumb. I'm so dumb. No, honestly, like I say, we could strategically plan out that if there was to be a delay for another project, you know, like the Leslieville project, at the overlay, we were going to do the access road into the rec grounds. Once we have a plan, if there's other priorities that hit the list, we will do our absolute best to make what makes sense. If there's money to be saved by combining it with another, the work in Leslieville is quite a bit different than what we've done on that road, because it's a major grading project, it's a major road paving job compared to Hamlet paving, which is quite more particular.
No, I was talking the Leslieville East Road from Leslieville to Withrow. Those are very similar.
Yeah, but that's being done, that's already tendered and ready for construction within the next month.
Oh, so you've got like, what, 30 days or something?
Yeah, to get it reconstructed and ready for paved, yeah. Say, wow. No, it's,
Okay,
we do have.
that's
we have
fair. I thought
Hamlet
that was
paving
for next year
scheduled
too. Okay. Sorry, I did have a different question.
Oh, please, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, actually, you've used up all your
I've
cards.
used up all my question cards.
You're
I was relatively quiet this morning. Okay, sorry. Have we discussed with the Leslieville community that paving project is happening and asked them, like, I don't want what happened in Condor to happen in Leslieville, so we can make sure we can get out to that community. If we're changing anything, sloping, drainage, any of the stuff there, have we done an outreach with Leslieville to make sure that they are aware?
For the scope of the type of work that we're going to be doing, it's really gonna be mill and fill on the curb and gutter, where it's not like a major reconstruction.
Sorry,
compared
mill
to
and
what-
fill?
Sorry.
Not familiar with that.
So it's, where basically you take the existing asphalt and you mill it out and you replace it with new asphalt.
Okay.
Compared to completely obliterating the entire hamlet like we did in Condor and then reconstruct it. No, that's a proper term. That's the real term, so.
I'll use, remind me, I'll use it.
That's right. So really, it's quite,
You wanna be
not
the
years
front page,
intrusive.
don't you? Yeah.
But we do leave it to our consultants to reach out to people that are affected, like we have the David Thompson Hotel. They have raised some concerns about where the asphalt's gonna go. We can recognize some other areas like by the post office, the boxes, you know, that these should be extended out. Those improvements are just gonna come hand in hand. So we have not done an outreach, but I'm not really concerned about the amount of impact that we're going to be doing to the community, other than the schedule.
Okay. I'd rather do too much outreach than not enough.
Understood.
Oh, sorry, I don't know where my mind was. Go ahead, Sydney, please. Obliterated, that's it. I was just reaching for my thesaurus. Find a different word, quick.
I just wanted to bring up by the hotel there, the reminder for the parking, that the road's wide there and that's where big trucks and trailers. I just wanted to bring that up as a reminder, the importance of that to the community, to keep that wide. Thank you.
All right, so we went down a bit of a rabbit hole there, but I think it's all fits within the idea of strategic planning. Ms. Serhan, are you able to continue from this point, or do we have?
Yep, absolutely.
Sure.
So I'm gauging from the conversation that we're gonna keep the paving projects as they are on the schedule and fund that through tax revenue, like an increased tax revenue if that's necessary, and just see what that looks like at the next strategic planning meeting. Okay.
Deputy Reed Milhoff.
Thank you. Honestly, if we're pushing the Burnstick Lake Road to 20-year for an overlay, it would make sense to do them together. So then that would push this project for 5 years. Unless that road is not ready, absolutely has to be overlaid now.
Of course, that relies a lot on us understanding really where that road
bad
is
that
in
road
that
is.
overall asset management timeframe. So maybe Mr. Hanson would be able to share some of that, help with the decision.
We could, of course, the condition of the road is gonna have to dictate when we absolutely have to do something, but it's not at a critical infrastructure point right now. Like that's still 3 years away, even for the paving of that road. Even if we projected to push, if we want to take this budget opportunity to start kicking it down the road a little bit farther right now, we evaluate all our surface roads every year. You know, if there was something catastrophic, we'd be bringing that back to saying, you know, this is something we have to do to this road. But if we put the base pave for the next portion in the timeline where you feel is appropriate, we would likely do all the maintenance required in order to get that overlay to last that long. You know, it'd only be economical for us to actually invest, even if it was required more maintenance to get us to that timeline so that it could survive, you know, until that time that we're ready to do that next portion. So if you had a timeline for when you'd want to do that road, if it's 5 years from that mark, if we just want to bump that 5 years, I'm fine with that, and we'll just look at the overlay as a, like say, a maintenance item until that time that happens.
Thank you. Follow up?
Thank you, please.
15 years from so 2026, if that's when we were gonna pave it, how many other roads need an overlay in 15 years? Like, that's a, 1.24 million at this year's prices for an overlay. Are we doing many overlays? I mean, we're only projecting 10 years, but if we're doing, instead of 5 kilometers or 6 kilometers, if we're doing 20 kilometers of road, I mean, that's a $25 million hit.
No, it's
Yeah.
23
it's
kilometers
your
per
numbers.
year. So we usually have, when I list them on the asphalt overlay, it's just like the major project is what's listed on the list, and then when we get in the detail of the item, that's when it shows all the other roads. We try to group them together so that the mobilization would be, so we're still, I say that 23 to 25 kilometers per
Okay.
year. So that would only be one project that would be added on to a larger project anyway.
I just don't wanna have us stacking so
Yeah.
many more to be available.
No, we're used to juggling them around, to whatever makes sense for the project for the day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Again, I'll turn the floor back to Ms. Serhan.
Okay, I think that's it for the projects that were that were currently on the list for increase the service level. So then we can get into the list that was presented at the last strategic planning committee. I don't have Eric's numbers, so I'm not, do you have a list with the numbers on it, or you said you have numbers for the costs for these projects?
On that Teams document, when we had
Oh, okay, just a minute. Okay. I forgot that's where I put it. Do you have access to the leadership team?
Mr. Hanson, please?
So while Mr. Hand's looking for that, I just want to give a little bit of update on the Nordic South Access Road.
Okay.
So it was identified as the paving project there 5 years after it's being constructed. We're running into a lot of difficulty with the permitting, particularly with DFO. The Shunda Creek is a critical bull trout habitat, and it's treated very seriously from the Departments of Oceans and Fisheries. So our team met with the DFO rep from Ottawa on Friday, and it was kind of a heads up to the letter that would be coming. Usually when it's a letter of that type of description, that you have to have a meeting before the letter. It means it's not a no, and they don't typically say no, but sometimes it's the criteria that you'd have to meet turns it into not feasible. So we're gonna wait until we see the content of the letter. The best case scenario is maybe a little bit longer bridge in order to get farther away from it's not actually the bridge crossing itself, is because the creek comes around and it creates like an oxbow close to the road and then comes back, and then there's the actual bridge. It's actually quite easy to meet the requirements for the construction of the bridge. It's the proximity actually to the oxbow is what's causing us all the grief. So we provided a proposal on a engineering design that would protect the road as well as the integrity of the stream, but it's within their setback requirements for that critical habitat. So one of the ideas is to try to get farther away, like I said, which is likely going to extend the length of the bridge. Probably a budget adjustment in order to try to facilitate that. So some of the options were some type of 3-to-1 compensation with trying to restore other habitat, and what that involves could be unknown for even what the cost would be, because you have to monitor it for 10 years. There was some scenario building that they provided us, is that if you take out, 3,000 square feet of habitat, you would have to recompensate that somewhere else along that same, at a 3-to-1 compensation, planting willows and monitoring for 10 years. They say it could be cost prohibitive to that type of, or again, so it's not a no yet, and it'll likely be coming back to council for reconsideration because of the the permitting requirements. I doubt we'll be able to sit within the same budgeting portfolio as what we'd set out with our estimate.
And this is a federal agency that's putting these conditions or
That's correct, yeah.
deciding what the path forward could be. Okay.
So then this council would have to decide whether we continue down the path, consider a different route. You know, the south-south access road's getting to be more inviting. You know, it is a critical habitat area, and we know that. We don't take that lightly, you know, but there's a way to get through there, but it is impactful and it's costly. So that's something, so stay tuned, I guess, for that.
Sorry?
Take a 10-minute break.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Actually, we'll take a 15-minute break. That way we've got plenty of time. and some that aren't. And I'll let you figure out what that really means.
You're live already.
Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you with us for the last part of our Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. And I'll turn the floor again to Ms. Serhan to guide us through.
Thank you. So up on the screen were the projects that we heard at the last strategic planning meeting that council wished to add to the list at some point. So Director Hansen has added some costs, very high level cost estimates for some of the projects, and next steps to getting these onto the 10-year capital plan would be to get a consensus from council that those are projects that they're interested in seeing in the 10-year capital plan and what their timeline would be for them. Do you want to walk through them, Eric, or? Thanks.
Mr. Hansen.
So Condor North, as we were discussing that earlier today, so it's approximately 6 kilometers from the end of the pavement up to our going to be freshly paved Leslieville East Road. It's based, the cost per kilometer is based on what we were seeing this year. I think that's kind of a worst case scenario. Even with the overlay that we just tendered for the Condor area, I think we have seen a cost reduction. The asphalt oils come down, diesel fuels come down, which are the major inputs there for paving. So it's still a conservative number, but based on the kilometers, I think it's $1.4 million a kilometer, around $8.8 million to reconstruct and pave that road, because there's some significant amount of grading there. So let's just start with that one. Can we get it on the list? Does it need to be in a year? Is there more information that this council needs?
Councillor Graham.
If that was a question, my answer would be to get it on the list personally.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I agree. Is that a big number? Yep. Can you really put a number on the big one? Will be safety in that area? No. So I agree, and we can take egress into Clearwater Estates off the list. That's significantly higher number than what I was hoping for, or at least I am comfortable at going off the list. I would like us to instead, to ensure that there is an egress for that community, somehow set up an MOU with I don't want to say names were live, but if we can set up an MOU to ensure that that community does have an egress, not necessarily a road of some form, but some way to escape that community should fire be a problem in that community, that would make me a whole lot more comfortable. But I would happily trade my wish list for the understanding that Condor is, that North Road is very important. You're welcome.
Additional comments, questions? Guess I would chime in a bit about the Condor Road. I do think that with the Highway 11 changes that will be happening there, it will definitely force more traffic than has been traditionally noted in the past, and definitely with the buses and people. It's not that the continuous, probably the overall traffic flow is that much higher. It's just, it surges. It's when you have a big flush like that, you need pretty big pipes and something that keeps the safety level. There's a lot of traffic at high peak rates there now with school going in, so for sure. Councillor Swanson, I think I saw your light.
Yep.
Flash.
No, I agree. The Condor North is very important, and put it on the list.
Mr. Hansen?
Okay, so the fastest it could be done would be the grading could be done next year, provided that we started early, possibly even this year on land acquisition. So the negotiations that would be required for that. We could have land acquisition, detailed design done for the grading, and the grading could be done as early as next year, as in 2024, or if this council wishes, we could, you know, then it could be anything beyond that. So it could be detailed design in 2024, construction in 2025, paving in 2026. So that's the only thing on the list, yes, hear that, and just how aggressive.
I'll go to Deputy Reeve Milhoff, and then I may have a comment.
Thank you, Eve. I want this done prior to any work on Highway 11. That way we're not doing construction at the same time as them doing construction in that area. So that this gives another full route for those schools and those residents, without the increased issues with the residents along that road, because they're gonna have increased traffic because of the Highway 11 construction. They shouldn't also have increased nuisance because of that, i.e. the dust and safety factors, et cetera. I would like to see this done prior to seeing anything done on Highway 11 so that we are ahead of that game.
And I think I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Playing the devil's advocate, if we had that route done, would Alberta Transportation use that as a detour route? That's where I'm at. That's where my head went at. If we are done before Highway 11, Highway 11's gonna go, that's a nice route. Let's send our public around. And we may not want that extra.
It will anyway, only it'll be gravel.
If you recall how they've done Highway 11 up to this point, they're using those existing lanes as still the major traffic route, and then the construction occurs elsewhere. The difficulty is, of course, accessing across, and that's why I was kind of concerned with if that road was, or the Condor Road was worked on at the same time as the highway, that there could be some, you know, I mean, no alternate route or something like that. If you've got construction happening on the county road and you've got access problems onto the highway, could compound the problem rather than. So I guess those are considerations that you find folks in Public Works think about all the time. And we'll leave it with you to kind of think of a thought process around it. Mr. Hanson?
Oh, for sure. I'll break it down into the three major components with the design, construction, and design, grading, and the paving. I'll bring that back for budget for consideration. I'll give everybody some time to chew on it. Yeah, I should be good. So we can go down the list.
Just one question. So are we doing transfers to restricted surplus over the next 3 years to fund that?
I would believe that would be the only process forward, and if we follow the process we have for some time, that means indicating and setting those funds across to at least start facilitating that project. Councillor Graham, please.
I was just gonna ask Director Hanson if that is feasible for your department. We have an extremely aggressive capital agenda this time of year, and we don't wanna overrun you guys. So is that a feasible thing to do right now, or?
I've got a quote for you.
So I would, and I certainly appreciate the concern. So this project wouldn't be started or even through the design phase till, budget has to be approved, of course. So, you know, we could have the land acquisition and design completed early in 2024 with possibly a grading tender in 2024. So not concerned. 2024 is quite a bit lighter than 2023, thank goodness. Because it's an aggressive year this year. This year it's, yeah, well, that's the first one on the list here. But so far so good. And I'm not concerned if that was a grading priority for 2024. I would have no problem in committing that could be done.
Okay, I have the utmost confidence in your department. I just don't wanna push any departments to past what they can do. Thank you.
You're good? Okay, so we're going down the list. We have the trading area and the transfer station, and reduce, reuse, shed. There was some discussion already ahead of that. Has that one probably been dealt with already then? Better lighting in Leslieville. So Kate took it upon, there was a lighting study that was to be done in Leslieville. I believe there was some budget for that. And we put a dollar figure to what that might look like for a capital cost based on the results of the study, but the study hasn't been done completed yet, so $100,000 for additional lighting in Leslieville. So it says better, but I'm assuming it's additional. Do you have any other history with that lighting in Leslieville, Kurt? No. So there was a study that I believe that had been budgeted for, and that's the presumable capital costs.
Councillor Graham.
I guess this is one that I brought forward. It was brought forward to me by a resident in Leslieville, and they just have had problems with, in the residential area, it's not lit well, and people, like the one gentleman actually came home from work and there was someone hiding, and they figured he was trying to get catalytic converter things. You know, you guys know what I mean, those things people steal from vehicles. And he was hiding in the shadows because it was not lit well enough, and it's just a safety concern that was brought forward to me, so that's why I brought it up here.
May sound a bit biblical to me, but let there be light. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
I'd love to see the results of the study and what they said, and then I'll have a better idea of my position. Sorry, I'd love to just say, yes, Sydney said do it, so let's go, but if you're doing the study, you know, I would like to see it.
Mr. Hanson?
Moving on, 752 access into town. We've talked about this briefly the last committee meeting. So that is Range Road 7-2, that undeveloped portion right beside the Barnstormer quarter where they exercise all those little planes. So about 1.65 kilometers for the connection. Then of course, there's multiple different ideas of where that connection could actually, does it swing out to Highway 11? Does it connect with the town street? That would all have to be fleshed out on what the desire is. Maybe it just connects with the road that parallels in front of the Tim Hortons. So there's multiple things that wouldn't have to be explored with what the purpose intent of the access road is. Of course, the receptivity of the town, because half this road would be in Clearwater County, the other half would actually be town property. So of course, we're assuming a paved road standard, you know, high level estimate about $3 million. So I did have a discussion with Alberta Transportation in regards to the intersection treatment proposed at 752 access and Highway 11. My concern was that an at-grade intersection for that busy intersection, to my opinion, is a busy intersection. Their definition didn't meet what my definition was, so it's still proposed as a at-grade intersection. So people using 752, once that highway is twinned, would have to cross 2 lanes of traffic to go northbound. My concern was, you know what, as much as roundabouts work, unfortunately they do. You know, either signalized, but a signalized 4-lane aren't great. You know, roundabouts do have their place. And just sometimes when it talks about loads or accessibility for larger traffic, then it's larger diameter sometimes. But what they're proposing is just an at-grade intersection there. So that's just a little bit of additional information in regards to this project.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I brought this forward. One of the reasons is that intersection, and this would make it so that there's another way into town, particularly when Highway 11 construction is going on. But to hear that the town has concerns, I would hope that they would be excited about the opportunity to have ease of people coming into their community. Maybe not. I don't want to push a road where it's not wanted either. If the town doesn't want easier access into their town, then that's maybe a discussion that we need to have at the ICC level. And because I don't want to push this road going in if it's going to make our partners angry either, as well. Do I see the benefit? Absolutely. Do the people I've talked to in my community see the benefit? Absolutely. But not if they don't want it. So potentially an ICC conversation. Now, do I follow that up with an email requesting this get added to ICC? A motion for that? No, you're, okay.
Since I've already went out on a bit of a limb already with the town today, I would like to see it worded as a road out of town.
Instead of a road into town? Yep,
Into the county, there you go.
into the county.
Another way for
Absolutely.
people to get out into the county and enjoy
And
it.
enjoy the county.
Councillor Swanson.
I would also suggest that this is an opportunity to sit down with the new Minister of Transportation at our RMA in the fall to discuss the intersection.
Yes. And the safety at that intersection, good call. Good call.
Mr. Hanson is just wanting to bear in on this.
No, I want to keep going. No, it's, and that is totally your prerogative. He's provided his scientific data in what supports his position, when it comes to traffic counts. I leave the rest of that to you. So moving on then. So the plan with the 752 access is that we're gonna keep it on a list. We're not gonna necessarily budget for it right now. It'll be added to the ICC, and if it gets some legs, then we can put it on. Okay?
That sounds fair.
Little Kid Playground in Lesterville. Mr. Martinson will be working on an agenda item there to present to council, I believe, the next council meeting? The next one or two?
Next one.
Yeah. So I'll have lots of information to share with that one, and the scope that might be, so apologize, don't have a high level number in there right now.
How many slides was on?
Yes. Location. So the egress into Clearwater Estates, really some, from a emergency access standpoint, I know you've already spoke to this, but really the only viable, it didn't make sense to have two egresses right side by each. We've had this conversation in other areas. If we were to bring another bridge back to the west, it really doesn't act as much of an egress. So it would have to go to the east, which of course creates a bridge over the North Saskatchewan River. Not very viable. So I'll leave it to council if that's to be removed.
So that's why that number would be 7.7 million.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Again, thank you for digging into this. I really do, I do appreciate it. And hopefully we can solve an egress issue in another way and get creative. But I concur, 7.7 isn't, I don't think it's an appropriate thing to continue on with. Perhaps if we have different issue going forward, then we can look at it again. But thank you for your efforts in digging into it and giving us a concrete number, or not concrete, but a number in general. Appreciate it. But it can be removed. I'm comfortable with that anyway.
Okay. Next one is an area in Condor for people to park holiday trailers. That number there was just based on the land acquisition and the site grading for a small, we don't own any additional land other than the public services building in Condor for development. So we would have to purchase the land, do up a grading plan, stormwater plan. Unfortunately, that's all a part of development and the price tag associated with it.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. This to me sounds like an excellent economic development opportunity for a company in and around Condor. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but is this a municipally required service to provide? Or should this be something we empower a company to come in and provide trailer storage for that community? And we somehow incentivize that industry in that community?
Yeah, I think that's one thing that Condor is lacking is a commercial growth sector. Hopefully that gets addressed with the area structure plans, and perhaps that'll, with the development of the new infrastructure in Condor, the twinning of Highway 11, you know, the future paved road going north, it's gonna lend itself well to hopefully actually develop a commercial, possibly industrial, sector, and maybe it could satisfy that opportunity then.
And Councillor Graham, please.
Yeah, I was hoping it would just be throw up a chain link fence and they're good to go. The reason I brought it forward was because the changes in Condor made it the problem. So I felt like it was our problem, but I don't know, for $450,000, that's pretty pricey. So I would be okay with removing this one. I was hoping it could be a win for Condor, but maybe not right now. So I would be okay with removing this one, personally.
Yes, definitely. I know it was probably a potential solution for a short-term problem, probably within the community, and I don't know if we can use the public purse to create that. If we can't actually duplicate this for other communities easily, I mean, this would be a substantial investment in every hamlet that we have. So I don't know if it's something we can actually offer as an increased service level without it being some sort of a localized improvement tax or something like that. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. What I heard from condo residents was that due to the changes with the grading levels, was that they could no longer legally store their RV on their property. And that we may have an obligation there to come up with a solution.
Deputy Reed Melhoff, and then maybe somebody that's more knowledgeable about the legal requirements of
Yeah.
things would be able to answer as well.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually was gonna ask a question regarding land use bylaw. Are they actually within the land use bylaw allowed to store their RVs within hamlets anyway? Like, is that something they were doing outside of the land use bylaw anyway? I know that would be a land use bylaw question, but I cannot specifically remember if within hamlet zoning, if we allow for recreational vehicle storage on hamlet lots.
Mr. Emmons, maybe?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I'd want to follow up as well, but as I recall, as long as there's a residence there, they could have a holiday trailer there.
Okay.
I think if I recall right, it's one, you can't store multiples.
Multiples.
Yeah.
You
Because I'm
can't
like, I remember
actually
there was an
have
RV
somebody-
wording.
It can't be a secondary residence or something. I think is how the intent was. Again, it's like many things we have that it's complaint driven. So if somebody has two,
Yeah.
then potentially there could be a complaint that would have to be enforced. That's my basic understanding. I don't know if that's entirely accurate.
I'd have to dig into the land use bylaw again.
Mr. Hanson?
So going down the list, Mr. Martinson, maybe I'll speak to the Caroline Hub Arena code issues.
Good afternoon. So we do have quite a bit of work scheduled for this summer in conjunction with the Ag Society Board and staff. We have our engineers essentially completed a plan and a design for some of the major components of upgrades to the arena, specifically getting some egress put into the arena floor to allow for the events similar to the bull riding events that would need that kind of egress for that kind of significant volume of people having to leave in an emergency. So we're trying to thread the needle a little bit in getting this work done prior to the ice going in. And so the last sort of update that I had from the engineer that's working for the county but assisting the Ag Society Board in doing this is that we do have a plan in place, and so we hope to be able to get that work done. We will task that the same engineer once we have a sense of what we're going to complete this year to try to get a bit of a list and a budget for what needs to be done into 2024 to completely bring that facility up to code. We hope that the significant things can be done this year so that anything done next year is more on the minor level as far as disruption goes. That may not be necessarily from a budgeting perspective, but from a disruption perspective, we hope next year we can just be left with some of the more minor things to finish that off. You know, there is also a little bit of you know, work yet to do to get there, but we hope to have that in front of council before budget. I don't think it's gonna be a significant number, but it right now isn't identified in our plan. That funding wouldn't necessarily likely come through our capital budget. It would likely go through our operating budget as a transfer over to Caroline, but I think it's definitely a potential that if it is larger than what they could handle, it could be something we discuss. But you know, more to come there. But we are continuing to make progress.
Is there a capital number?
Any additional thoughts on this item? We'll go back to Mr. Hanson then.
Yeah, so there's no associated budget with it until he's done his process there, so I guess it is actively on the list, I guess, so it won't be removed. So moving on, infrastructure study, Village of Caroline, that was brought up, and we've discussed that a little bit earlier about between the $100,000 that we're going, that, you know, we looked at for the commercial core capital project. If this was inclusive to undergrounds, public facilities, you know, when I see thorough infrastructure study, that's actually a really large scope. So we would have to, you know, kind of focus on is it underground, is it all the public infrastructure from parks to facilities to conditions of all things. $75,000 would be quite light, I would think. More like $200,000 to do a infrastructure study. Or does that, there again, does that get tabled until a resolution is completed with the other amalgamation study?
Jenny, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I fully support that this is needed. I worry about timing. I think we'd be seen as very negative if we were to walk into Eckville and do an infrastructure study in that municipality. I think a lot of this information will come out throughout amalgamation, dissolution, annexation, whatever happens, framework. Is this needed? 100%. Can we do that at this time within a municipality that is not ours? I worry about that. But I fully support doing this. I just don't know when's the best time.
And Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. No, I think that this infrastructure study could be completed, and absolutely if it was worked within partnership with the Village of Caroline. Just would it show, if that study was completed, would it show the associated costs for the upgrades required? Like, or is it just would it be just a list of saying, hey, A, B, and C need to be upgraded, or would it show the associated costs for all the construction that would need and be required?
Yeah, I've received both those kind of reports. I like the one because the cost in it is better as well.
Absolutely.
And I think one of the things we also have to have, that could be a challenge here, is there is a fix that's a Band-Aid and there's a fix that's a long-term solution, right? And so probably two different price tags based on what work is actually being done. And, you know, and that requires a different decision level than what do we need to make it work for another year or 5 years or 2 days or whatever. So that's just my 2 cents on what a study might indicate and a price tag. You'd have to have to know what you're buying. It's a little bit like taking your car in for a free brake inspection, you know. If you're not willing to put new brakes on the car, don't bother with the free brake inspection. Councillor Cermak, please.
With our amalgamation, did not somebody from the village of Caroline say that there was an interaction study done already a couple of years ago on what was needed and what wasn't in that village?
I know there was a underground infrastructure study when it comes to water, wastewater. There was, I don't know, some of there, you know, it was some short-term repair work, some long-term capacity with their water well system. I don't know what actually what was set out in the plan, because that was like 2018, 2019, might even be earlier than that, to say that what was actually, sorry? 2009, okay. So I'm sure it would need to be updated. And there again, when like I say, if we were actually going to take over, or if we were gonna amalgamate or something like that, the thorough infrastructure study would, you know, undergrounds would only be one component. You know, we'd really want to look at, say, all the public infrastructure, from facilities to the parks that they maintain, to to all public infrastructure, in order to get a very good scale of the short, medium, and long-term maintenance requirements for all those components. So I haven't been actually part of any of the discussions with the amalgamation, so I'm not sure. This is more of just, I like the idea of just being, that it's on the list, that we don't budget for it, or maybe if there was a reserve that's gonna be set up, we actually had when we developed the core infrastructure reserve, that was actually to start onto these types of projects. Knowing that the Caroline was looming 4 years ago, Council of the Day actually started setting money aside for possibly the inevitable. And then we utilized that money for paving projects, I believe, or grading projects, I can't remember. But, you know, there is something to be said for that prudent planning of putting some money away for the inevitable.
Yeah, I'd like to see it stay.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Green.
Thank you. Just as the 752 road being put into the ICC in order to get their take on that potential project, I think this is a very good thing to put into the Caroline County ICC for the same reason. It's literally a project in another municipality. It is something we should probably talk to them about. It would not be appropriate for us to just have the guy conducting a study in another community without them even having knowledge. So I would suggest this goes to the ICC to have that conversation. As Councillor Northcott said, it's something we can probably do in a partnership, but the conversation needs to happen. So perhaps at the ICC level is where this conversation is appropriate.
And Councillor Graham, please.
Yeah, the study that they have, the CAO of Caroline told me, I'm quite certain it was 2009, so if that date is wrong, that's my fault. But I'm curious, if we were to proceed with amalgamation, would a study like this be something that we could get a grant for? Because if that's possible, I'd rather go that route.
I would think those are some of the things that ultimately, if there was a dissolution, or whether there is the amalgamation goes further, those are things that will have to be put on the table, I think, in order to know where we're at, and then know what role of each level of government is going to be, and each individual municipality is going to be. So those are serious costs that the public purse bears no matter what. So we want to make sure we go into it with eyes wide open. Mr. Hanson?
Well, I think it's there, and I don't believe we have enough information to put in a timeline right now. I very much in favor of Councillor Miller, Deputy Reeve Milhouse, idea of discussing that with the Village of Caroline. I guess you gotta, my personal opinion is I'd wait and see if you're gonna buy the car first before you do the inspection. But anyway,
Don't you get the inspection before you buy the car?
that's if,
Well,
yeah,
it's kind of,
if
it's
you,
almost
if that's the
reverse.
deciding factor, because you know that it's gonna come with a bill, like it's, you know that there's gonna be deficiencies, you want, is it going to be, how important is it there for buying this car?
And if we're using the car analogy quite often, the inspection happens first and then the current owner of the car tosses the keys, right? So, I don't know if that's where we're at right now. I think we're, keep in mind that we may have to do, we will have to do some navel gazing at that infrastructure there before we can really identify a long-term strategic or setting reserves aside in order to address those needs.
Okay, moving on. So we discussed this as well. The public utilities, so that's the water sanitary going up and to the industrial area. That was discussed as a priority, so it's about 550 meters from Highway 54 all the way up to Highway 54 all the way up to the county yard. High level estimate $1 million to add on to that. We'd add on to that commercial core project. So last I heard, we're moving forward with the detailed design in 2024 with the addition of this. So we'll be adding that additional capital onto it. Of course, we will revisit these numbers here again just before budget. And we can, if there's any more information that comes between now and budget, then we can have that again as well. But so we'll add the additional $1 million onto the capital construction costs. And hopefully the study is more favorable than what it was historically. So it sounded like this was to stay on the list.
Seeing nods around the table.
Okay. The restricted surplus account for seniors housing supported, for seniors housing, I wasn't quite sure of the size or scope of what this comment was, so I couldn't put a number to it. That could be, maybe if we could just open the back up for discussion to see the location. I can't remember if that was in Rocky or if that was back in Caroline again. Was it the Caroline Seniors Housing Complex? Seeing some nods there.
Councillor Northcott.
I was just gonna say, yeah, a lot of the studies and stuff that were done and information that was presented by Sam Smalden and stuff with the Caroline Chamber of Commerce and stuff like that. So that's what that was regarding, was the seniors housing, idea in Caroline.
Do you have a high level?
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson and then I'll share my impression of where some of that stuff.
Yeah, as part of the ASHA board, the Alberta Seniors Community Housing Association, there with the Minister Nixon now becoming the Seniors and Community Housing Minister, there'll be a better opportunity for us to discuss different opportunities with him and on my level as well. And I do know at FCM, housing was the biggest topic during the week in Toronto. So there's going to be ongoing grants and programs in regards to not only seniors housing, but community housing in general. They were saying as far as senior housing, just to have a senior housing of independent living was not affordable. You had to have some sort of L3 or L4, some sort of extra rooms involved in the building to make it viable. And unfortunately, with some of that, those requirements for those particular rooms to be there, you have to be within certain proximity of a hospital, et cetera. So I believe this is going to be an ongoing conversation for this council for probably the next 4 to 6 months in regards to what opportunity is going to be at not only the provincial but the federal level to see more happening. So it is a hot topic. It is a topic right across this country and especially in rural. And I'm not talking I'm talking anything out of a big city like an Edmonton or Calgary, because it's an issue in places like Red Deer, Lethbridge, Grand Prairie, et cetera. So anything outside a big city, this is a hot topic. So we'll have lots more of opportunity to talk about the opportunities for this, in my opinion.
And Jenny?
Thank you. I'm not against the idea of setting up a restricted surplus account. I would like it, instead of seniors housing. We have a lot of housing concerns, staff housing, seniors housing, low-income housing, dense housing, I would fully support us setting up a restricted surplus for housing projects, or potential for housing issues. You're looking at a high-level, number, Mr. Hanson. 17 million, was one of the numbers that was thrown out specifically for the Caroline Seniors Project. And upwards of 30 million, depending on which draft you looked at, just because you were asking for some high-level numbers. But I would not be against setting up a restricted surplus account for housing.
And I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, the intent was really to, like, when I mentioned that, was to create a restricted surplus account or some sort of an account, so there was funds for in the future someday. So there are many seniors that are still very able, that don't have any illnesses or anything, and they just like, they don't want to plow the snow and mow a few acres of grass. So, but they're still, they don't need, they're still very able and capable of driving, doing all kinds of stuff and traveling, but don't need like long-term care in that sort of way, so.
So I guess, Ms. Serhan, go ahead, please.
Just looking for a number for an annual contribution, or how long you want to put money in there for.
Yeah, I don't know what an appropriate number, and I know that the federal government and the provincial government have set some goals and targets for additional housing. I think we are at a kind of a dynamic position right now, having that our MLA as being the minister responsible, so that he may want to be able to focus on what he can do for his own constituency as well in these programs. So I think, as I recall the project, a lot of the boxes had been checked. They were just looking for an owner of this, and so that may very well turn out to be the province, or the province granting or stimulating somebody in this process to be able to reach their targets and goals. So again, I think there's some dynamics there. It probably wouldn't hurt for us to create a restricted surplus around housing, perhaps, that would allow us some flexibility to play a role of some kind. But I would look to the consensus with council, what an appropriate number is, and that's will be helpful to administration when they're setting our planning goals here and ultimately the budget. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Looking towards the number that was associated with like an ag rec facility and the number that we're looking at for a potential seniors housing facility, perhaps 500, which is what we're using for an ag, would be very congruent with a housing restricted surplus. Knowing that we may find, like you said, partners, et cetera, and that every year we may have the opportunity to make other inputs into that account. But I think realistically, having 100 or 500 a year for a housing restricted surplus would be feasible, unless other members of the team disagree.
I don't disagree, but I have to clarify, it's 500,000.
500,000.
Not 500 million or 500. Just want to make sure that we're not.
Well, our ag building is 500,000 a year, so.
A little bit of smart aleck in there too.
Okay.
Anything to stretch the day, right? So is there some consensus at that level? I see some thumbs up, I see some nods, so I think that's maybe, if that's helpful, Ms. Serhan, that's a number that maybe you can
Thank you.
formulate as we move forward. And back to Mr. Hanson.
Okay, back into Caroline again. So a fire hall or public services building was discussed. I used a 3-bay similar to the Lesville Public Services Building, same components. $4.5 million, that's about the price that we paid for Condor and Leslieville. Of course, Condor being a 5-bay building with a smaller footprint, only 8 acres. In Leslieville, that was a smaller building with a, on a 20-somewhat acre. It was a significant land purchase, the grading work that was done for that 19 acres. So given all things not being equal, because today it costs more to build, is that it would have likely cost $3.5 million then, but it's safe to say it'd be around that $4.5 million today. That would be if it was located up on in the industrial area. We didn't have to buy any of the land. We would service it with the proposed servicing that we put in the other items here today. But I still think $4.5 million is a conservative estimate for a building similar to what we have in Leslieville in Caroline.
Councillor Sarmat?
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. It needs to go in the new industrial area there. Perfect place for it. Get fire engines off the main highway. When they leave or when they come back, they have to block 54. And it takes them 5 to 10 minutes to get all the vehicles back in that door because they can't get in through the back alley. It's too tight a corner. So they have to use the major highway. It's a real hassle for them, and somebody's gonna come screaming into town and somebody's gonna get hurt one of these days. We need to get it moved. That is a real safety hazard in that town when this happens. And it usually happens in the busy part of the day and kids are walking the streets and stuff, and you have all these vehicles going, and you know how people are, they want to be in a rush all the time. They just can't stop for 5 minutes and let it all calm down. No, they gotta be where they wanna be. So I think it's very appropriate, and I would like to see that stay.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. We have a restricted account for fire infrastructure, yes?
We do. I don't think it's funded to that point at this time. So depending on what year you would like to see that in, we would build that restricted surplus account up to that over that period of time.
I think this goes congruently with the Caroline infrastructure study / amalgamation / what we find out when we're doing engineering for that eastern portion, because if we can't get water and sewer out to that area, building a fire hall there doesn't really make any sense. So I think there's a lot of information that needs to come back before we can set a date on when to build. I don't disagree that they need a fire hall. We just need to determine when to build it and what type of fire hall, i.e. that seniors housing goes through in Caroline. They need a significantly bigger fire hall because it's a 3-story building, and we'll need to look at having a stick then too, potentially. So we need to look towards far in the future to know what we're doing. And they're gonna need water and sewer for sure. So potentially we can look at a number of which to fund the fire infrastructure restricted surplus so we're ready when we need it.
So currently that's at $150,000
Per year.
Okay. Any additional thoughts? Councillor Ratcliffe?
I just had a question. What's the current amount in that fire surplus?
And again, I think it will be part of the dynamic of that, which is Caroline over the next window of time. It's not something, I think it's something we already identified being there and important to that community. We are gonna be having a period of catch-up, I would believe, with infrastructure, because I would assume, like almost all villages, small municipalities, their infrastructure has been aging for some time and is nearing the end of its life, and that assessment will give us clarity on setting priorities to to build up that infrastructure to our service levels, because Clearwater County has had an exceptional service delivery model to follow. A great asset management plan for many years, and then aligning two different municipalities into one will require some time and some use of the public purse to do just that. Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to build on Councillor Ratcliffe's question, whatever we have in reserves at this time wouldn't have included this conversation, because at this time, and in the past, of course, Caroline is another municipality, so we have not saved anything for any infrastructure in another municipality. So it would, irregardless of what exists would be meeting and planned for our needs. This would be an additional.
In that case, I think we need to increase it. Their contribution.
Over the 150,000 that is currently being done.
Like double it.
Okay, it's been suggested to double that amount, so that would be then $300,000 a year into fire facilities or something, whatever that reserve is. Might be more appropriate. Brings us into alignment with our current service levels and infrastructure needs. So, don't know if that's helpful, Ms. Serhan, that we can add something like that into it. Oh, and we're joined by Ms. Haggard from Emergency and Ledge Services, and probably would have a good handle on some of these things we've been discussing. Sure.
You betcha. Thank you, Reeve, and good afternoon, members of council. I was just sitting in the back of the room. I thought I would add to the conversation if I could, just for a moment. The current reserve, as CAO Emmons mentioned, would have been mostly exhausted when we finished building the Leslieville Public Services Facility. It's probably in the few $100,000 range, like under $300,000 that would sit within that surplus reserve. And if at $300,000, my math is about 15 years to pay for a $4.5 million building. So you may wish to consider more if you think that's in the 10-year capital planning landscape.
And sometimes the smaller amounts allow for the engineering work, the planning, and then, those budget decisions as we see a project being on the closer horizon, then we can choose whether how that's funded, I guess, as well. But it's always nice to have a good portion of a project sitting in reserves before we get to that stage. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I basically was going to echo what you said, that we can always, if we determine that yes, we're going to build a fire hall this year, there's adjustments we can make in the year that we're going to do that budget item to make that come to fruition faster if we need to. We're in a very good position that we have the ability to shift things around a little bit easier than some other municipalities do. So I have faith that we would be able to make it happen quickly. I mean, Public Works said we can do anything, right?
And I think
at least 1 year.
Yeah, and I think
So anything within reason.
I think an increment in that restricted surplus would be prudent, because although we have 3 fire stations that are relatively young in their asset life, we have a couple that are, or at least some that we're partnering with, that are much further down the line. So it probably would be worthwhile to top that up a bit, because we know what it costs to build those facilities in today's dollars. So, all right. There's still more on the list.
Yeah, no, we're clipping them off here. So staff housing in Rocky and Caroline, I believe we just addressed that with the seniors housing reserve that we just established, so we can skip past that one.
This is as long as you put Nordegg on the staff housing. Rocky, Caroline, Nordegg. That's really where I think staff housing is.
So a
think
little bit more
of
general
that-
term
that
for the.
general housing,
Housing, I think.
housing thing, yeah.
Okay.
Buy a lot of tents.
Okay, moving along to, Range Road 5-2, south of Highway 54. That's 7.2 kilometers. That $10.4 million is based on our most current estimate. It's high, you know, paving is expensive right now. Don't have other, let me say, that was just based on the amount of kilometers and the price to reconstruct and pave that road.
It's just a continuation of 765.
That would put it down somewhere down around your place, wouldn't it?
Exactly. I would rather see the Fairstrip Lake Road and paved instead. You're gonna use money, because that one's used a lot more.
So you're willing to take this one off the list?
Sure. It was slated for paving about 10 years ago, or 12.
Maybe we could pave one lane.
Yeah. It's a decent amount of traffic that uses that road instead of having to go to the intersection of 54 and 22 to go south.
Go this way and then come back.
They go and then down the Crown Road. They get away from that intersection.
I know I've watched out in the wintertime, I've watched out my living room window at kids, and there's a nice plowed sidewalk, but it goes on a right angle. And they all walk through the knee-deep snow, the rough and all that stuff in order to cut that distance.
Yeah.
That follows through, all the way through life. Any additional thoughts, comments? Okay.
Okay, moving along, a subject that's nobody's unfamiliar with, the Gimlet Road, 6.4 kilometers. Of course, the complexity with this road is that the south portion's Lacombe County, then we have our section in the middle, and then Pinoka is on the north end. It doesn't connect to another paved road. I've had many discussions over this over the years. Unfortunately, the price has gone from probably about $6 million up to $9 million now. That's what's happened to paving, like I say, and that's conservative. I think if we see a trend with the diesel prices coming down and stabilizing again, as well as the asphalt toll prices there, that number would come down, but still a large number. On a piece of road that we don't have, today we don't have any partnerships to the south. Pinoka County has committed that at one time that they would do their 1 mile if Lacombe and Rocky or Clearwater County did our portion, that they would commit to that. But there again, it goes to a T intersection, intersecting up to another gravel road. So we'll leave it there for discussion.
I'll go to Councillor Swanson since it's her backyard.
It's my backyard. Thanks for the giving us a possible price for that. I still believe, though, it has to be in partnership with the other two municipalities. And we're not gonna build, 6.3 kilometers of pavement in the middle of stranded, it's a stranded asset. So we need to continue, I will continue to lobby the Lacombe County and for as long as I'm in the seat, so I will continue to lobby with them to do that. And if not, I like the idea of the, a shared service agreement for maintenance. It's just, that might be the best answer so far. So I'm willing to take it off except for the maintenance agreement.
Okay, moving right along. The trail system east was brought up. Of course, we know we have we're continuing to work on the Rocky to Nordic Trail. Significant investment and partnership with Alberta Environment Parks on that project. Also, we're working on the connection between the Twin Lakes staging area as south to the historic park. We've got a draft trail map into Alberta environment because it affects a lot of public lands for where a trail system might go, utilizing some of the existing trails in that area, as well as some industry users as well, and road allowance, you know, trying to utilize our existing, we didn't see it a priority to go out and try to acquire additional land for a trail system when we have an undeveloped or a industry developed road system, as well as some you know, pipeline right-of-ways, if there, we can jump beside an LOC or something in that regard, plus use the public land system. And then a proposed, we have a couple ideas for a proposed staging area up by Highway 11. So that's what we're actively doing there. Now, the east trail system, it hasn't really been talked about. This is the first time we'd ever talked about it, was the last meeting we had. I used $50 a meter as just a rough high-level estimate to say trail development, that's provided we don't have to go buy land. You know, buying land makes it pretty much cost prohibitive. If we could jump onto another easement or an area, and that's without any scope or destination, $50 a meter. I think that was whatever, $50 divided by $140,000, whatever that gets you. If you can just click on that little button there on the side, there was a comment, might have been all the way to Leslieville. 28 kilometers Leslieville, $50 a meter, if that's a priority. Like I said, it hasn't been explored much, but I'll leave it to this group for discussion.
I'll go to Councillor Graham first. That's kind of her backyard.
I just wanted to ask, there's potential for contractors to be used on this, I'm guessing?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna recuse myself then.
so I'll go to, actually, I'll go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff first.
Thank you. And it's interesting you have this on here, because I was actually talking about this, and it was brought to my attention from, in particular, a business within the Gateway industrial subdivision, and how valuable something like this would be to their community and their business ventures. And then it was brought up again at an event in Leslieville, and how interesting that could be, depending on routing and all of those things that go with it. But I think this is super exciting, and comparatively to a lot of the cost of other programs, this isn't really that bad in consideration of how expensive things can be. This number isn't as bad as you'd think it would be, really.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
I totally concur. I think it's something that is of all ages. It can be whether you're on foot or bike or whatever else. I think that would be a fantastic outdoor adventure. So I would like to see us now, whether you have this slated for 2024? No, okay, it's just on the list. I would like this to remain on the list. I think it's something that we need to investigate further, because I think if we can get a quick win for all the, you know, for the residents east on this one. So I'm in favor of this one.
Mr. Hanson.
So a caveat, the $50 a meter would be construction cost. Like if once we physically have all the other things in place, it would cost about $50 a meter to construct. I think that's reasonable. What would be hard to contain is the scope. Once you start cracking open a trail system, leaving wherever you start, where you end, there's gonna be a lot of discussion. There's gonna be a lot of stakeholders, multi-use, et cetera. It's gonna grow, and then it's gonna need some containment, some really clear parameters and scope setting. So that would take some wrangling, a year of planning at least. So I wouldn't put a capital construction in a 2024 year. I would say if you wanna vet it out, get your routing done, start your communications with your landowners, because a lot of it would have to be negotiated as either easements or something like that, because I don't think it's feasible to purchase the land. And it's something we've never done before. So it'd be relatively new So it'd take at least a year of planning there, then start once you set the scope, started acquiring land, then you construct the following year.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Well, way to burst the bubble. Like, I was so
Yeah.
excited for this project.
That scared me how
You're like,
excited you were.
What happened to we can do anything at Public Works?
This is one of
That's
those
not,
ones-
it's
Only
not
with
in a
roads.
roll
You're
out.
supposed to use the word "and," not "but."
Apparently only with roads can we do anything.
But it's, you
Right.
know what, that nice pretty road allowance, that surveyed piece of property that's ours, you know, and I really don't see, trying to construct a trail system in our 20-meter right-of-ways is prohibitive. It doesn't make sense, it doesn't fit. It won't fit unless you put them in the bottom of the ditch and it'd be underwater. So it's gonna have to be off property, because we don't own another corridor, or we would try to utilize what we could.
Well, Bentley to Gull Lake is well utilized and that community loves that. I would love to see this investigated and start community outreach. Where routing do they think we need to do, et cetera. And I would love to see this go forward. Yeah, let's start the work on it. The community outreach piece and the rest of it.
Okay, from what I heard is I can bring a budget number for planning for 2024.
Well, unless you can do it, council's tomorrow, right?
Anything's possible.
No.
I love trails too, I really do. So yeah, I think we bring a number for budget for planning in 2024, and then construction as early as 2025, provided that it ticks our boxes there throughout with the plan. Okay, moving on. A couple of these, there again, it was scope and so secondary suites to help with seasonal employees' housing. It's really hard to capitalize the cost. I believe those, I'm not sure where that was associated with in Nordeg or
Land use bylaw.
land use bylaw. So not really a capital expense.
That's a land use bylaw need.
Okay. Same with the next one, the identifying current industrial lots available in the county. That looks like an economic development task more than a capital adventure.
Unless we were to build one service. But we already talked about that with Caroline.
Yeah. Is there any more conversation to be happy with the industrial lots in the county, or we want to move on?
I think Caroline covered that.
Okay, so this item here, was brought up, 761 to 53. 761 itself, in the alignment that it has, isn't really viable. It looks like we'd use a county road if we move back to the west. I think it's a mile. There's a existing gravel road that goes north up to Highway 53 that could connect to Highway 61, just have one of them in there. 10.5 kilometers would make that paved connection. The province has indicated they have no intentions of paving their portion of 761. But that's the estimate, there again, based on the cost per kilometer to construct for 10.5 kilometers.
Councillor Swanson?
I'm going to add it to my lobby list to Alberta Transportation. I'm going to be a squeaky wheel. I think it's a matter of safety, and I know they got other priorities on some other different roads, but I just think that we just gotta keep at it.
And not all of that road would actually be in the county, or it all is in the county?
This one's all in the county.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. Old 11A, we've had this discussion a few times over the years, even in my tenure here. So it's about 12 kilometers to go from the end of the existing asphalt all the way up to Highway 11. We've had some discussions of maybe, you know, doing it in portions, you go up to the 10-mile road, for example, stopping there. We had some discussions a couple of years ago with the paving or the gravel producer just up the road with the cost share. That didn't go anywhere. Traffic counts, 150 vehicles a day, quite a bit below the threshold of, you know, getting up that 200, 250, 300 vehicles a day is when it would become a more of an administrative priority. Doesn't quite meet that. And unfortunately, it's a 12-kilometer section. It's a long piece of road and the associated cost.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. What would the cost be just to go to 10-mile road? I'm not sure. How many kilometers is that?
Oh, it wouldn't even be half much of, if it's 4 kilometers or 4 miles. So divide that in half.
Okay.
It's actually, it might even be a little bit shorter than that because it's a stretch from the 10-mile road up to Orberg.
Yeah.
Or up to that. Just top of my head, I apologize, I don't have that handy. I'm thinking 6.4. Well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's 4.6. 2.5 miles. 2.5 miles, 4 point, yeah. So probably, I would think it was at 4.6 kilometers, so that's a $6 million job, 6.5, $7 million job.
Yeah.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
I guess it would depend on how much of that is Crown land. It's just that there's been a lot of development out that way. And given the demand for acreages. Yeah. But if the traffic doesn't warrant it, I guess we should take it off.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Yeah, if the traffic doesn't warrant having it and our current past municipal development plan doesn't allow for more development, then potentially not paving, that would make sense currently. That doesn't mean it can't be done later. Anybody else? Oh, your light went off.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, it's difficult to set priorities. I think they're all good things. Ultimately, there's not always enough money to go to every project. It has to set a level of priorities, and for me, maybe this one is not in the higher group of priorities.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think.
Again, these roads, paving priorities are always tricky there. As things do change, traffic patterns do change, priorities change as well. So, you know, we do our traffic, that road gets counted every year. We keep a close eye on the traffic counts. So if there's anything, you know, if we do start seeing bumps or bubbles in different utilization for our gravel roads, it definitely becomes, from a maintenance perspective, you know, once it hits that crossover, because there is a crossover when actually it does make more sense to maintain a gravel road versus a paved road. So to say that when we say it's 3 times as much to maintain a surface road as a gravel road, those aren't averages. When it comes to the Ochese Road, for example, it's actually much more cost-effective to maintain that as a paved road versus the annual maintenance that it costs for us to maintain that road, because that's a road that sees 500 vehicles a day. Sunchild had that crossover, you know, Ochese has that crossover as well. And when they're that heavily utilized, the operations expense is huge, even to maintain it as a gravel road. So with that, economic development, there again, it's more of these high-level discussions. It was hard to encapsulate a quantifiable capital dollar figure. Could somebody maybe even jog my memory of to what extent, or if there was something specific that was leaning toward?
Councillor Ratcliffe?
My recollection on that, or my thinking on that, is that we have some opportunities for some economic development, and having funds available to act on those opportunities seems wise. Now, what number should be assigned to that? We have nothing to go on really at this point.
And I do know we have the industrial commercial land development reserve. That was an economic driver. Maybe Ms. Saran there had some more to offer.
Sure. The alternate to Ms. Surham then.
No, I was just going to actually say the same thing. It was, when council was discussing it, it was just brought up that they wanted to invest in economic development, but they didn't have a specific project in mind when they put that on the list.
Any additional thoughts on this particular line? Probably we have categories within our restricted surpluses that would probably allow us, because I mean, economic development is kind of key to every aspect of our life here, so probably find some way to be able to capitalize on an opportunity if one arose.
Okay. Municipal Corp to support low-income housing. There again, it's not a capital project, but Matt has some ideas.
Mr. Martinson, please.
Just a reminder for council, this was where we left off the last seniors housing discussion. And at that time, as Deputy Reeve Malhalf has mentioned, that we do have other housing, there's some other housing issues in the community that could be addressed through Municipal Housing Corporation if that was the option that we wanted to go in. Just sort of to bring us back to where we were at with seniors housing, I think it was referenced sort of here now, is that the project really does need an owner. That could be federal government, could be the provincial government, could be private business, could be the county, or could be the Seniors Housing Council here. Could also be the county via a Municipal Housing Corporation, where we could have other partners at varying degrees of stake as well. So, you know, as we learned from the consultant, that municipal housing or housing corporations, municipal corporations, they add some flexibility and advantages to addressing some of these services that way. I also remind or mention to council, there's also transportation needs in the community, be it for seniors or low income or tourism. And so there is a study going on right now that the county has supported via a letter of interest, which helped community groups get a grant, and they're busy working through that. We expect them to come to council with some information, hopefully late summer, early fall, that could help us better understand this. But the municipal corporation could also address transportation. If it is an overarching, you know, type of social service corporation, if that's council's wish, those things could all be done through council and departments as well. So I just wanted to, with all those sort of uncertainties and a little bit of vision still coalescing. There isn't really a firm number that we'd be interested in fixing there, but I think that number could be a little more evident this fall once we have a little bit of that information back. Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Do you think we need to set aside a fund to be able to act on this next year if we have more information coming?
Act on which, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe?
To act on low-income housing or staff housing through a municipal corporation.
I don't see necessarily anything, really, the seniors project is farthest along. It wouldn't be ready to roll next year. We're not, we have conceptual design, but there's no affordable housing or there's really no other projects that are tender ready, shovel ready, ready to roll. So if council wanted to do anything, it would still be preliminary study or moving from conceptual design into detailed design from the seniors project. But that truly is the farthest ahead project that we have right now for any social housing or any social services capital projects at all.
And I'll go to Mr. Hagan and then I'll come back to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just suggest that the committee consider costs related to a municipally controlled corporation. I mean, largely they're going to be ongoing operating costs. I think they're going to flow from the decision as to what extent council ultimately wants to enhance those programs, how much they want to spend on those programs. This is going to be a question of how to manage those programs. It's going to be a question of structure and so forth. So I think it's going to be a secondary consideration to the delivery of the services themselves. So I would say these things go hand in hand as opposed to looking at it as a separate project or initiative or something like that. I think it's going to flow from those other decisions.
Okay. And Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. And we did identify a restrictive fund for housing. I think this, encompasses and falls into that, especially since when we did the municipal corporation workshop, we were told specifically that a municipal corp cannot take continual inputs. It has to be self-sustained, and unfortunately, social service housing will more than likely need continual operational and or capital inputs. So potentially municipal corporation is not going to be the way to solve our housing concern, just because of that main detail being that they cannot have ongoing operational input requirement. Yeah, well, and that's why a lot of the places that use staff housing went to housing co-ops, because then they can receive granting options, etc. But or at least that's been the research I've had done so far, and our presentation about mini corps not being able to take continual operational input. So I'm not sure it would entirely be appropriate to use a mini corp for low income housing.
Okay, anything additional on this line? I don't think we really.
We started a fund. So
I think we've started a fund. I think we have the right things in place to be able to address what comes before us.
So. No,
there wasn't a question.
No question. No question. No,
I was going to ask you a question. Would you like to do the fiber to the home?
That's why we're all looking at you, sir.
Well, I can guarantee you I did not put this on the list. I would suggest this is an issue that is better discussed within the broadband committee. It's going to be a much bigger issue, and I would look to that committee to make recommendations back to both this committee and council.
I think that's an entirely appropriate recommendation. Mr. Hanson?
Okay, well, we're just about wrapped up here. So building off the Condor discussion, the Condor Road north of, up to Lesaville East Road, one of the ideas that came up was a calcium dust suppression for that 6 kilometers. There may even been a letter received in regards to a request for that. So high level estimate, $50,000 for that dust suppression. It's a huge cost. When you look at the cost to control that 6 kilometers, you know, it lends itself well to, you know, a longer investment into controlling dust in the area. I don't believe it's capitalized dust suppression, but still it was just on the list.
It was just one of the. Sorry, no, dust suppression is not capitalized, and it was just one of the things that was added to the wish list for council, so.
And I guess,
5,000 have to be capitalized? There was.
If it extends the useful life of an asset for more than 1 year, whereas dust suppression is just.
Adding rules to what has to be capitalized, when it's not capitalized. Change them arbitrarily.
Just change the rules all the time, I know. I'm accused of that playing cards also.
one other question I might have related to this, there is a different policy around high maintenance areas of our roads that allow some product to be applied to help with maintenance on that. I don't know if this would be applicable or if this is well outside of what the intent of that was, but maybe I'd just suggest that one.
So yes, just to give this committee a heads up, we did receive a letter from school board. That will be coming to council. I believe it's scheduled for June 27th meeting for this discussion. We do, Chairman Law, it is correct, we do have a policy that encompasses high maintenance area. So steep hills that washboard, intersections, those unsafe conditions, which would be part of the conversation for council of the whole at the end of the month. I will just give you my experience. 6.4 kilometers of continual dust control is extremely hard to maintain. So there is a bit of a maintenance concern I would propose, but we have the Director of Operations right next to me. I'd defer to him. But it is part of the conversation that this group will have in council of the day.
Yep. Rick basically said everything I wanted just to say, so exactly that. No, it's quite all right. Yeah, it, as Rick indicated, an agenda item will be brought to a regular council meeting on June 27th in regarding this request.
Great, thank you. Any additional thoughts on this one? That brings us just about down to the end of the list, I think.
Okay, well, we can't talk about playgrounds in Condor and Lesaville without talking about the great work that we're doing in the recreation area. So there'll be a new small kids playground there that's going to be slated to be constructed this year. Sorry, big kids playground on the recreation area, and then the small kids playground in Lesaville is to be a discussion that Mr. Martinson will be bringing back in the near future. So that should take care of Lesaville. And Condor, I'll turn it over to Matt.
So I think if council recalls during the Friends of the Corridor Schools presentation, in their proposed budget and list of amenities that they plan on fundraising for, they are planning for some augmentations for the playground in Condor located on the school grounds. So I think from a reestablishing service after the school moves and school changes are concerned. We've sort of, with the plans we have in place, Leslieville lost, both the small and large kids' playgrounds due to that footprint of that school. Condor are gonna get a playground put back on the school grounds. So I think service levels will be sort of consistent there. So the question is, whether we want to consider increasing service within Condor and having a little bit closer access within the residential areas, maybe in the same theme as Leslieville. Small kids aren't generally, hopping on their bikes and riding 300-400 meters up the road. So if I see anywhere that Condor may have a need, it would be for a smaller kids playground, someplace closer to the residential areas. If that's something council is considering, we do have more options in Condor as far as land that we currently have that would potentially meet that criteria of being closer to the residences with some community supervision and some access to it that didn't include the main road through Condor. So we have nothing necessarily in the works for that. But to me, that would be the only area that I've heard is a bit of an issue in that community.
And maybe since it's a bit of my backyard, I'll just share too with that, the school grounds there, of course, it did contain two ball diamonds before, and the footprint has changed enough that it can only contain one. So the community's been working hard on coming up with solutions to enhance that one remaining ball diamond to make it more useful to not only the school but the community as well. So hopefully some good news there at the end of the summer. Any additional thoughts, questions? Well, that takes us pretty much down to the end of the list. Sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Could we go back to the Highway 11A West? I was just wondering where the traffic count was taken, because there's a number of acreages that as you go further west, they get thinner. And I was also wondering how the traffic count would compare to the Leslieville East Road that we're paving this year.
No, it was a great question. I don't have that information in front of me right now, what the traffic counts are specifically it'll be for last year, because we haven't done our counts yet, for this year. So I do have that historical data, but we do typically, for the location of the traffic counters that we do put out, we usually put one out end of the pavement on 11A. We usually put one at right at the 10-mile road, as well as at the intersection of Highway 11. So the discussion isn't new of these, how sectioning off that project, what it would look like. So that's why we've always taken at least 3 counts along that road, because we know that the industrial or the residential developments are within that first 6 kilometers. So we monitor those closely there, and I could provide that data.
Okay. Thank you. That'd be useful, because my phone may ring about this.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional thoughts, questions? Well, thank you. I think that takes us to the end of the list there. Ms. Serhan, was there anything additional on this item at all, or we probably need a motion at the end of it to give you something to balance action off of?
Yeah, I'll just wrap up today and then just kind of go over the next steps and look for that motion for that's recommended in the agenda item. So yeah, we've heard some great information about the projects and what years you want them in and how we're gonna fund them. The next strategic planning meeting in September will be a lot more decisions made and direction given just as far as we'll have that restricted surplus map. We'll see how much revenue needs to come in to accomplish these goals, and if priorities need to be set different than what's in the plan, we'll be asking for that to happen at that strategic planning meeting. So thank you for your work through this today, and looking forward to really getting some solidified direction in the September meeting.
Okay,
Thank you.
super. Do we need a specific motion? Because essentially we've given you that feedback on and made those recommendations. Do we need a specific motion to?
I think, actually, I don't think you do need a motion. I think we were just looking for recommendation to council for the projects that we're overseeing, and I think staff has received that direction, and it'll just help us prepare for the strategic planning meeting in September, so I think we're good. Thank you.
I guess Councillor Swanson has got a thought around a motion,
I
so.
was just gonna say that the strategic planning committee make recommendations to council on the timelines of construction, purchase, funding sources for the capital projects for Clearwater County's 10-year capital plan in a future strategic meeting, or the next strategic meeting.
Okay. Any additional clarity needed on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I don't believe there's anything that requires the protections of FOIP. And so we'll move on to the final motion of the day, and I look to tradition.
To adjourn.
Thank you for that. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much for joining us today.